Christmas night. She's a fucking delight. Winter cold to hot summer rays. Reindeer will fly, pulling Santa's sleigh. Two countries, a world away, the same holiday. The Cloud Queen cares for everyone. Her roller coaster ride has only just begun. This is her wish. Debug, demystify, destigmatize. Miss Shorty's on the naughty list. Fans tune in, the Christmas sound. Our global roller coaster goes around. It's the holidays at every turn. She is a Christmas star out of Melbourne. Miss Shorty connects all the lights, just checking all upright to light up Christmas night. She's a fucking delight.
Hey, shorties, how you going? Oh my goodness, that end of that intro takes so much longer than I ever expected to, and I sit here going, hey, who's here? Reese is here. Amy Boston's here, thank you. I see Lacey Jane in the house. Where? Oh my goodness, I can't see the green. My eyes are too tired. Hi, Poppy. Poppy's here. There it is. Lacey's here. Good to see you, gorgeous. Steph's here. Taryn's here. I think I saw Ashley Bourne. Oh my goodness, my brain and my eyes. Hi, Poppy. Poppy's definitely here. You got a toy. Kathy's here. I saw Ashley. Has the chat moved? I don't even know. There. Hey, Ashley. Good to see you. How is everybody? Oh my goodness, I just can't see. Ashley, hi. Taryn, hi. Lynn's here. Hey, Lynn. Good to see you. Sherry's here. Beautiful. LA, hey, initial twin. How are you going? Cool. How's everybody's Saturday going? Christmas shopping done? Poppy, have you got your Christmas shopping done? Have you got your Christmas wrapping done? I know Shelby started doing her wrapping already. Oh, snap. Hey, Kim Dog Mom, how are you? It's Shelby's birthday, everybody. So when she comes into chat, make sure you say happy birthday to her. Yay. Julie's here. Good to see you, Julie. Prince Lover. What a reminder. Amazing. I'm just trying to get my lighting right. After 6 months of live streaming, I still like which is left, which is right. I don't know. Amika fan. Sunday here already. Yes, Sunday here also. So you're an Australian then. Huzzah. No to the Christmas shopping. Wrapping party. Yes, I'll be your body double. We can be body doubles for you. Absolutely. Tish, good to see you, Tish. I swear we should petition YouTube to change the color of the members font to something that poor old Shorty's eye can see. Boston Babe, good to see you. Yes, new subscriber. Lovely. Stay, have us in your ears, pop in and out. Happy to have everybody here. Absolutely. Kelly's here. Hey, Kelly. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Well, and there's a bunch of people just hanging out in the background. So hi, lurkers. Let me just say hi properly to you all. Oh, you know what else I got to remember to do? Lol, at least I'll remember it now. I'm turning the sound effect off loop now. Wow. See how professional? We can do this. But also, hey, lurkers. And while we're in the mood for playing little video things, replay crew, we love you too. Can't do it without you. Oh, wow. Did it work? No. So, replay crew, if you're on a mobile device, your iPad or your phone, and you'd like to take part in the sometimes feral that is our live chat, to view it live chat in replay, all you need to do is swipe left on the comment tab, and it will give you the option for live chat instead of typing a comment. So, boom! Thank you, Taryn, for popping that up. We're like a well-oiled machine of fucking professionals here, right? So, oh, Amber. Hi, Amber. I don't think I said hello to you. Hey, little chair dance. Yeah. So, I mean, is there an elephant in the room right now? Because it feels like it. I guess there'll be some looky-loos coming by to see what all the fuss is about with Shorty, whether there is any deserving fuss. So, it's been a wild 24 hours. Hey, Colours, good to see you. Yes, it's been a wild 24 hours. That goes without saying. It's been a wild 4 weeks, but let's just condense it into the last 24 hours. Firstly, I was pretty disappointed to not actually have the chance to speak to Grant Smith Ellis beyond a 5-minute bowing out from Grant. And there's been a lot of questioning as to my motives, as to why I would have wanted to give someone like Grant a platform to speak his lies. I mean, I'm under no illusions that Grant Smith Ellis has some questionable assertions and absolutely has had some beyond questionable conduct in the past. I know he's put a lot of people's lives and livelihoods in jeopardy. Maybe not lives, that's maybe a bit extreme, but their sense of well-being. I know that he's done and said some vile things. He's, for example, accosted Jess Machado outside the courthouse, the whole chair thing, the whole, how dare you, that's assault. I know all that stuff. My motivation, my thought process for having Grant on was, okay, so the interviews that I like to do are not necessarily about hearing the facts, or in Grant's case, perhaps a lot of lies or false narratives. My interviews generally, because I can get the fact, we all can get the facts. We all know the facts. We don't really need to. There is no utility in debating with Grant Smith Ellis or Plevin or any of the trolls. Thank you, Stacey. Give me a second. Oh no, hang on, wait. Stacey Q, welcome. You remember, we've got something fun for that. Let me just do this. So, honestly, there are obviously people who know the case and the trial and the facts far more detailed and more precisely than I do. And then there are others who have less of an understanding. That's okay. We're all on a sliding scale of knowledge about the Karen Reid trial and all the things to go with it. Oh my goodness, my computer just went crazy in my ears. Yikes. My personal interest in all of my interviews is to not go after the facts that I could find elsewhere. Of course, the facts are important to set the stage and give some context. I like finding out getting below the facts, understanding the person behind their stance or their opinion. So, for example, when I interviewed Frank Zell and Jim Zell, a 5-part series on the JonBenet Ramsey murder, and actually more so about their 27 years of investigating more than just the case. In fact, they uncovered a lot of things. It's an amazing series, mind-blowing, literally. But as much as the first 3 episodes were enlightening and horrifying and riveting, for me, the most interesting episode was episode number 4 with Frank Zell only. And we spoke about obsession and what the obsession of investigating and putting his life and his reputation and his sanity and his well-being and his marriage on the line to pursue that obsession in finding out what really happened around the JonBenet Ramsey case. So with Grant Smith Ellis, I wasn't going to be calling on him necessarily to give me all of sprout off the facts. I didn't want to debate the facts. I'm sure he and Tommy CPU can absolutely go head to head on that stuff. I was hoping, and I wasn't. I some of you know me very well, and others are brand new to the channel. I'm not afraid of having difficult conversations. If there's something happening in the chat that I don't like, I will call you out, and I'll also be accountable if I misread something in the chat and it's clarified. Hand up accountability. So I pride myself on being able to navigate through difficult conversations and conduct interviews. I have a degree in communication studies, majoring in sound and radio production and presentation. And I was making podcasts and interviewing politicians and musicians and comedians and actors 30 years ago. Okay. I'm almost 50. So the naysayers out there who perhaps were thinking I was going to give Grant a platform to come on in and sprout propaganda, and steer things and railroad me. I mean, of course, anything could have happened. Grant can be a little unhinged and a little bit of a loose cannon, but I had faith in myself, and trust me, I was psyching myself up. It was going to be my most impactful and challenging interview in my whole time of streaming, without a doubt. But I was ready for it. Unfortunately, some people, and I understand, some people were outraged and I think very personally offended and triggered by my desire. They didn't really know what I was looking for in this. I think they assumed, based on their own frame of reference, that I was planning to give Grant a platform to push his own agenda. It wasn't going to happen. And it's a moot point because it never happened. However, you might have noticed that shit's fucking popped off for the last 24 hours. And to be honest, I'm not mad about any of it. I get Mike Crawford being horrified and deeply offended and concerned about this interview. I don't want to talk about that. Like Mike's own person. I have no beef with Mike. I have no issue with Mike. I'm not mad with Mike. I'm not mad with anyone. It is what it is. I'm disappointed that some people jump to conclusions not knowing anything about me or my channel or my abilities, and had no faith. And you know, all of that judgment after the fact would have been welcome. And if people voted with their feet and their fingers and didn't tune in again, that's on me. More for me for biting off something more than I could chew, right? I you know, I'm human. I was concerned that maybe I was out of my depth, but I was willing to give it a fucking crack, right? But I didn't get that chance. So the popping off on Twitter, which all whatever. I'm not engaging in that stuff. Everyone has a right to their own opinion. I'm not in for going into battle on Twitter. I'm just not. It's just not my jam. And then obviously things when Grant showed up and bowed out, for whether it was a legitimate, like, oh my goodness, serendipity or happenstance that suddenly he had to bow out at the 2 minutes to the hour, whether his excuse was real or fake, whether it was a whole setup, whether he was genuinely going to come on the show and everything just went off the tracks, off the rails with the stuff that, whatever, it didn't happen. I'm not mad. I'm not mad with Mike Crawford, the Young Jerks, going live and voicing his concerns and his outrage. That's his choice. I was overwhelmed and honored and grateful for the Glairer, Will, coming into my chat. He was interested. He was going to give me the benefit of the doubt and see how it rolled out. Yeah, how did it? What would happen? And then pass judgment, and then make his decision as to whether I had true intentions, whether I was giving a lunatic a platform. When Grant didn't show, I guess, I presume, Will, the Glairer, went over to the Young Jerks and was kind of horrified with what was going on there. I haven't watched the Young Jerks, so I'm not going to comment on it. And then obviously everyone, I mean, it's been some shorty commentary everywhere. And I don't know about you, but overall, this whole experience, I feel a lot of love. I feel a lot of support, not from everybody, of course not. And it's a heightened, I get everybody. I get it. I really appreciate the people who came over from Will's channel, from the Glairer, and showed their support and subscribed. And yes, I absolutely, my subscriber, I think I hit 7,000. I think I gained 500 subscribers in the last day. So I mean, that's a win as well. I don't know whether that would have happened had Will not gone in and made his assertion that the kind of the pile on on me before I'd even had a chance to show anybody what it was going to be, before I had a chance to have the interview, was a little unreasonable. I've heard people saying that's not bullying, and I've heard people saying it absolutely is bullying, right? Happy birthday, Shelby. Yay. Adults can be bullied. I didn't feel bullied. I didn't love the feeling, but I just removed myself from it, yeah, which is all I could do. I'm not going to change anybody's opinions. I'm just not. By the way, 69 watching. Hey, holla, 69, Taryn. So I streamed for like 11 hours yesterday. I basically decided to obviously we did 15 minutes, I think, after Grant left. I just shot the shit for a little while with everybody and tried to work out what to do. And then we jumped into our next stream. And then then Aussie Insider and Lacey and I decided to go live and do a live reacts to Will's kamikaze stream, which we hadn't watched. And then if you wanted to see that, it was an amazing stream. It started off with just the three ladies, and then Jason Broyles, aka not Haley Welbrecht, came in, and then Will was in the chat, and so he came on stream, and then Aiden Turtle Boy came on, and we had a really amazing, productive conversation that went for hours. We didn't all agree. Everybody had different opinions on things, and different biases and experiences with all the players in this whole saga. Yes, thank you, Amber. And so, you know, it's still going, like it's still going on Twitter, and that's okay. That's what Twitter's about. I'm not going to engage with people who, and people are sending me DMs, and some people with support, other people with outrage, and I get it. Everybody's valid. Everybody's feelings are valid. It's all good. Like, it's all good. I'm sorry that I offended people. It wasn't my intention. I'm disappointed that people didn't give me a little grace and a little bit of leeway to see how I went with it. Like, I'm not an idiot. If you don't know me, how would you know? Like, if you've seen, like, what? How do you know? Unless you know me, how do you know? I didn't even know, but I was going to do my best, and I absolutely wasn't going to let Grant railroad. And if it meant he dipped after half an hour because it got too fractious and too contentious, so be it. But I didn't get that chance for whatever reason. So I just wanted to come in and say thank you to Will. And people who go, well, why did he's got motives? And obviously Will said that, you know, he did have personal motives that maybe made him respond more vehemently than he would have had it been. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. Everyone responds and reacts in their own way with their own set of life experiences, their frame of reference, their tool coping strategies, their platform available, the mood they're in that day, you know? So how about, like, I mean, I'm sure it's going to continue on whatever, run your polls, troll me, tag me and everything. Honestly, I don't absorb any of it. And honestly, if you all think that that's the worst piling on I've had in the last 4 weeks, you are seriously mistaken. I'm already hardened to it. It's exhausting, but yeah. And I guess we move on. I didn't interview Grant. I wanted to. I've told you why. You can take that as you will. And thanks for being here. How about that? Boom. It would have been interesting. What do you think, chat? I think it would have been great to see what lies behind a person with such odd views. Thank you. So I wanted to, because I am quite good at, people feel comfortable with me. Not everybody, but people tend to. I have somewhat of a soothing, an ability for people to feel comfortable and safe with me, which is why I'm an okay interviewer, right? And I was not going to ambush him. I wasn't going to ambush him. So people who wanted me to go hardline on Grant, it wasn't a subpoena. He wasn't obliged to be there. Well, how would I have gotten anything? You know, there's no point in hardlining someone who's needs to be I was going to coax him out of whatever defensiveness. He doesn't know me. He didn't even know if I had an Australian accent or not. So my plan was to start gently and to see where the conversation took us, to steer it away from bullshit, to keep it and see whether we could work out I like asking questions about the person behind the facts. And Dr. Calamity Jam makes a good point also. If journalists only ever interviewed people who confirmed their views, how would we get balance? Thank you. My point also was and don't get me wrong, I am not drawing any nexus between the following examples and Grant Smith Ellis in terms of conduct or personality. But, you know, how many hours of interviews were done with Ted Bundy? How many hours of interviews were done with Jeffrey Dahmer? You know, Vladimir Putin, whoever, people that we don't agree with. We want to find out more about the person behind the facade to understand what makes them tick, so that we can, I don't know, it's the human condition, the human psyche. It's interesting to me. That's interesting. So it would be an echo chamber. It would be an echo chamber, and I like to think of myself as I would like to do more hard-hitting interviews eventually. I'm just a baby channel. I'm just an Australian sitting in my kitchen doing my best with 30 years ago, 3 years of degree under my belt to train for this. I haven't used it for that much time, but here I am. I'd love to use it. And I think that culture of piling on people in social media is so rife these days. Keyboard warriors, and I know that's such a cliche, but everybody gets caught up in groupthink, right? Everybody gets caught up in that mob mentality, and it's easier to stick with the crowd. And that's why I think what Will did was so admirable. You may not agree with his tactics or the verbiage he used or his reasonings, but to me, that's amazing to see a man stand up for anybody without using toxic masculinity to turn that's good stuff. Anyway, yes. So. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Boom. Have you hit the like, all 92 of you here? Hope so. So anyway, all that was my professional shit. Now let's just go back to feral. Lol. If you've got any questions, hit me up. I'm more than happy to answer anything. Mad respect for Will. Yeah. I mean, that's tough. For Will to stick his neck out for whatever reason, when he's in that level of 40,000 subscribers, I've got 7,000 subscribers. My channel's been in existence since almost a year, almost 12 months. And I started live streaming in mid-July. So in 6 months, 5 months, here we are. And I'm really proud of that. So for people to go, nah, fuck this shorty. Who the hell does she think she is? She's not even in Boston, right? Okay, well, let's talk about that. Do you not think that maybe someone who's not so deeply, both geographically and emotionally and almost legally for some of these people, invested and intertwined in that dynamic of Grant and everybody, surely that semi-removed person, very removed, the other side of the globe, the other hemisphere, might be actually someone who could get more out of Grant than a Bostonian, someone from Boston. I just think you all need to, not you all, some people, maybe a useful tool in life is to be able to separate your emotions from your objectivity. It's a hard thing to do, to be able to compartmentalize things and separate. And that's very hard when you're personally being affected. I understand. Mike was using the verbiage victims, Mike Crawford, and I get it. He absolutely has been a victim of Grant, and there are many others. I get it. Karen Reed has been a victim of Grant, Jess Machado. I know the list is endless. I was not being disrespectful to victims. My point wasn't to give him a platform to continue that victim sort of trajectory and continue to throw Grantisms at those people in whatever level of toxicity that he was going to be using. My point was to just see a little bit behind that, hopefully. And maybe I might have uncovered something in his feeling of safety and trust, and that there wasn't such a hardline aggression towards him, because I don't have aggression towards anyone. I just don't, including Grant. I mean, I think he's a curiosity. I think he's an interesting character. I think he's probably a horrible person also. I mean, we may reschedule, we may not. Who knows? I mean, to be honest, do I really want for a lot of social media to be coming at me because they don't agree with what I'm doing with my channel? Not really, but maybe I will anyway, because, my channel, my choice. And yeah, so again, TED Talk. Okay. I think, yeah, I mean, I understand. The thing is, though, I do understand why Mike did have such a visceral response. I get it. Like last night on Aussie's, our live stream with the panel with Aussie. I'm cool. Like I'm not going, oh my God, fucking Mike. I'm just not. I'm just not. So if anybody else is feeling that way, there's no need. It's okay. It's okay. We just do us. Yeah, we just do us. We can't change how anybody else behaves. And, I'm not going to try and impact on anybody else's channel operations, how they run their channel. And I would like that same respect, regardless of whether I've got 7,000 subscribers or 70,000 subscribers, regardless if I'm making $500 a month or $1,000 a month or 50 grand a month, because God knows it's not, it's much closer to the 500 a month. So to be accused of doing something also of clicks and views was kind of distressing because, I mean, we're here because we love to do it, creators, right? But obviously we're human, and there is some sort of sense of affirmation and positive reinforcement when people want to watch your stuff. Obviously, it's disingenuous to suggest that we're doing it purely for the love. Like I kind of am, because I work, like I'm on holidays now, but I normally work full time, 50 hours a week, getting up at 3:00 every morning, and then I stream both days, all day on my weekends. I've done that since the middle of the July, 2 days off. So there's a little bit of for the love there. It's certainly not oh my goodness, baby G. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to betray our love, baby G. So there's that. Let me have a look at the chat. I'll stop ranting off my fucking soapbox, right? I honestly, like I know people were distressed, or because I haven't. It's okay. We don't like. There's no mic shade here, and honestly, my chat, I like it to be respectful, and I prefer that people didn't like there's. All I'm saying is my feelings on the whole thing is that it's all good. It was always all good, and we just move on. We can only control how we react. Exactly. Let's have our fun. Boom. Yes, let's. Enough with the serious stuff, but it needed to be said because I'm not going to go in on Twitter and fucking engage in little back and forwards. I'm just not. If anybody wants to know, come and have a look at the start of my stream. Half an hour. Shit. Sorry. And then yes, exactly, Dave. We are moving on. Exactly. There it is. Yep. We'll call here, you know what? I've got something. Chat, I've got something for you. Sorry if I'm yelling. Yikes. Here, this. I think this will work. Chat. Do we need it again? Do we want it again? I'll see how chat's going. So what are we doing today? I mean, God, yikes. Trooper Proctor, we need to talk. And trigger warning, we're going with Lally first because to know what happens in the end, we have to start at the beginning, right? So as we are continuing with our weekly, or more often now, while I'm on 16 Nights of Shorty, we are reviewing testimony. It's been either a really insightful, thought-provoking exercise, or it's been a fun time to slow things down or speed things up, to watch things over and over again, to notice eye movements, eye blinking rate, hand movements, verbiage, roast. Zach. Oh, and by the way, if you're new to Camp Shorty, if you would like to use your all caps here in Shortyland, all caps is fine. They don't distract me. They don't annoy me. They don't irritate me. I don't think anyone's yelling. It's just enthusiasm, and I will pull your comments up on screen, whether it's a super chat, an all caps, a lowercase, whether you use emojis or not. We're just here. It's one of the many joys of a small community. Just don't forget your manners when you go into other creators live chats and you start going all caps and they're like, you get blocked or banned or reprimanded. That's not cool. Right, so present screen. Don't tell me not to yell, Zach. God, I'll time you out. I'm joking. Thank you to my mods for being here. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Let's do this. Trigger warning, Bev. Oh, yikes. Haven't even full screened it. Bev's hair. Is it a wig? Is it straw? What is it? I think she looks like Miss Piggy. With all due respect, it's an endearing drawing of who remembers Miss Piggy. What do we got? Volume? Yep, full volume. Sorry, guys. That was loud, in my ears at least.
What is back in session? You may be seated.
Let's get ready to rumble.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Trooper Michael Proctor to the stand.
Are we okay, chat? It's an emotional support chat, okay? Oh, Amy, that's a good idea. Good thinking. We love all cats here. 14 wonderful mods. Yes.
Do you mind please step up?
You are unmuted.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, jurors.
Oh, morning, jurors. Yes. I've heard also, Coffee Nut, that she has quite the most glorious sense of style in footwear. I believe it was Jess Machado who said that she was always on Bev Heels watch every day to see what she had underneath those that robe, that gown. Yes, I can't. Maybe that's why she's always squeaking around in a chair, because maybe she kicks her shoes off under the what's that called? At the bench. Doesn't look like a bench, does it? No. Let's the first of the dirty pauses. Miss Trooper Proctor. Ugh.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Yikes.
Good
Okay,
morning.
so wait.
Good morning, sir.
Oh my God, straight off the bat. Again, another dirty pause. You know how there's been a lot of photos going around on social media, on the Twitter, about how he's put on a lot of weight? I don't know, maybe. I think it could be mostly the facial hair on the new Proctor, Cooper Proctor. Because he doesn't look that lean and mean here. Well, he looks mean. Doesn't look that lean. He's just got clean shaven.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
God help
Trooper
us.
Michael Proctor, PRO.
Not anymore, mate.
CTOR.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you want. How long have you been
Yes.
Trooper with State Police?
Sorry, Stacey.
For about 10 years.
Not very
It'll be,
long.
5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Wait.
Now, with
Are we okay,
reference,
chat?
to
This.
your work
This.
with the Homicide Unit, Second Unit Attorney's Office, what if any specialized training in regards to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been
Lally.
certified in
Lally.
Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked within the narcotics unit on several different investigations there as well.
Good to see you.
Now, with respect to your work with the detective units, as far as do you have sort of an on-call system?
Scott.
do.
And can you explain
Hi,
to the jury
Scotty,
sort of
good
how
to
that
see
works,
you.
or how those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Sure. So a Sergeant Buchanan usually sets the on-call rotation. It's at random, and your on-call is from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. Any
Do we need to hear this?
unattended death, homicide,
God.
suicide, overdose, things of that nature that comes in during that time frame, you own it. That's your call.
Now, we're working in that
Okay.
capacity with the detective units on January 29th.
So hi, Jake. I feel like I remember you as being someone who's not a huge fan of Jason Broyles. I'm just going to give you your first warning now. Jason Broyles is a very dear friend of mine. So, I mean, my mods are very generous with their patience for trolls, but this is your first warning. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but the name rings a bell. It does ring a bell. I recall.
9th, 2022.
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Buchanan
I'll have a
called
look,
me at
Toby.
approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that
Wait, some questions in the chat. Can someone show me how the membership works? My membership ran out on another page and I can't. So if your membership ran out, you need to go to usually the home page of the channel, and there might be a renew button if you had a membership previously, and you just click on renew. If it's run out, if it's expired a long time ago, you just need to go and click join again. And usually it's pretty tricky on an iPhone to join from a mobile device, but yes, it's doable. Or you might even be able to go to your email, and there'll be an email from YouTube saying your membership with that channel has expired.
Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the
Petty's
snow
here.
outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
Is that Robin? Hi, Robin.
At that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly
Easy peasy.
what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries.
So here's the thing, champ, local news media. Now warnings given out. This sounds like censor YouTube channel. Okay, so I kind of recognize your display pic. No, that's a lighthearted warning that, lol, we've got to listen to Lally and fucking Michael Proctor, right? So the thing is, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. So I love the effort. I love your capitalization throughout your sentences. And it's, anyway, I'm just saying, you don't, first warning, okay? Mwah.
Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your
Sole
own?
engagement.
How did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
This firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
What, if anything?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Hearsay.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr.
Excuse
O'Keefe
me?
had
Of course she's
some
allowing
injuries
it.
to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm,
Yes.
some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival
just
for
me,
Mr.
Milo.
O'Keefe.
Oh, fuck off.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Mechanic, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Mechanic come to with regard to what to do, or where to go, or
We
what
put
the next
any
steps?
emojis in the chat, if you remember.
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Mechanic arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Good to see you. Welcome new
Had you
people. It's
shoveled out
great to
your
have you
driveway
here.
at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about
Hi,
10 a.m.
Petty.
or so.
I thought I saw you here.
When
Hey,
was
gorgeous.
it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Mechanic, if you know?
Yeah,
Hi,
Canton PD?
Thomas. Good to see you.
I don't recall if Sergeant Mechanic arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, sometime you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Amazing.
Sergeant
Welcome.
Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts,
Waving.
Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed.
Jennifer McCabe.
He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a waterfall bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of
Be Harmony
Jennifer
here,
McCabe or
and
Kerry
Ducking's
Roberts,
here.
Karen Reed,
Hi,
or
Ducking.
John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
Be Harmony's here.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak
Exactly.
with Ms.
We
Reed?
say that here.
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. So, Scott, welcome, Scott, one of our not token male moderators. Scott has never asked for a wrench in any channel that he's a moderator for. And just for shits and giggles, I threw one at him yesterday. Poor man. You don't have to be here, Scott, but we love that you love being here. He says, what a clown. Amen. This Michael Proctor, his wife Lizzie must be pissed. He is currently suspended with no pay, soon to be fired from the state police. Never mind the federal investigation underway. Right? I mean, yikes. There's also a yikes emoji.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Amazing,
Now,
Amber.
With
You'll be able to
reference to when I
read
say
things.
you and Sergeant Mechanic, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Mechanic on that day of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until when we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Mechanic that entire day?
Shelby
Yes, we used
birthday
Sergeant
girl.
Mechanic's pickup
Birthday
truck,
wishes for
that entire day.
Shelby. Woo!
I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Mechanic all day and into the evening.
From the
I think he prefers Bukaki, but that's okay. You can call him Bukanic. Bukanic.
Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they sort of,
Hi,
how were they
Kevin. Good
conducted?
to see you.
One-on-one, Sergeant Mechanic and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews
Happy
over the course of your
birthday,
investigation in
Shelby.
this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed
Hey,
over the course of
Crystal.
the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted.
Each interview was conducted at various dates with nothing recorded and, everybody together. Crystal. Hey, Crystal. I'm very curious as to how this is going to go with him if there's a second trial. I mean, they can't. They have to, but they can't. What do you think, chat? I mean, he's not credible, but he's the lead investigator. I mean, they kind of tried to throw off from that in the first trial, didn't they, the Commonwealth? But what do we think? What do we think, chat? What do you think? What does trial 2 look like in terms of Michael Proctor? Is he there? In what capacity? Are they going to just sweep it under the rug? They really haven't thought about this. It's a fucking red hot mess.
Did was either with Sergeant Mechanic or another trooper in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect
Yes, James.
to, I believe you just said,
James says the defense will call him. Yes. Well, but then it's just the elephant in the room, isn't it? Well, that's twice I've said that phrase today. The defense will absolutely call him, but then how does it look to the jury if the Commonwealth doesn't call him? Wild. Like wild. I don't think they've thought this through. The Commonwealth.
answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand jury, is that correct?
Yes,
And they had not been responsive to that?
correct.
However, they were responsive to the summons, and so you interviewed them before they went into the grand jury, correct?
Yes,
Other than those, as far as Mr. and Mrs. Harwin, every interview that you conducted was in the presence of at least one other trooper?
correct.
Now, as far as you mentioned one name that we hadn't discussed before at the McCabe household, a Brian Albert. Prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware or did you know Brian Albert?
And I met Brian Albert till
Okay, I'm going to slow it down a little.
Now, following the interviews that you conducted at the McCabe
Lally is
household,
excited.
Where did you go from there?
After the interviews at the McCabe household, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to Good Samaritan Hospital for two reasons. One, we knew Miss Reed was there receiving treatment for Section 12.
Oh, wait.
And two, we wanted to view Mr. O'Keefe.
Shelby, the fucking time difference got me. Jesus fuck. It's tomorrow. It's Sunday. But today, it's Sunday here. It's my son's birthday today. He's turning 13. It's a little bit of a tough day for me. But Facebook told me it's your birthday today, Shelby, because it's today in Australia. It's your birthday. But it's not your birthday yet. So you can have a round the world birthday for tomorrow. Such a professional. Anyway, happy birthday, Shelby, for tomorrow.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Hospital, was the defendant, Ms. Reed, still at that facility at that time?
We spoke with the security staff at Good Samaritan Hospital. They informed us that Miss Reed was released.
I'll allow it just as to where you went.
We have
Miss Reed was
allow it
released several hours prior to our arrival.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, at the Good Samaritan?
Maybe approximately 1 o'clock.
And you mentioned there was a second reason, and that was to view Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And did you have occasion, or did you have a chance to view Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan?
We did.
And where was that within the hospital?
That was in the emergency room.
Yuck. That must, I mean, I don't like to think about it, but it's the reality. While my brain gets every time. While Wildman's mom, I think Hank is trying to excuse all the things the Commonwealth lied about. Absolutely. New trial, who dis? Proctor is the prepaid, exasperate goat, not in a good way. He is toast either way. And surely, I mean, how can how hubris? That's how they're prosecuting it. Second time.
And when you went to where Mr. O'Keefe was, can you describe for the jury what, if any, observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time that you observed?
The first thing I noticed on Mr. O'Keefe is he had abrasions on his right arm. On the top of his right arm is approximately 6 to 8, ranging from his forearm to his lower bicep. There was no injuries underneath that forearm. Both eyes were swollen and black and blue. He had a...
Yeah, no shit. What did Paul O'Keefe say at the very beginning of trial? The first witness looked like he'd gone 10 rounds with Mike Tyson. Now, what did I see here? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Melly. Amalia? Is it, do you say it Amalia or Amalia? Amalia. With all due respect, don't take this the wrong way, but...
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away.
Yikes. Thank you so much for your support and the super Australian. Yikes. Hey, Aussie. What's up? Thank you.
Cut on, I believe it was his right nostril. Another smaller cut, I believe it was on his left eye. Those were the injuries that kind of jumped out to me.
At any point in time, did you make any observations of the back of this?
So this is pretty graphic and gruesome, and it's not pleasant to think about. If at the moment this is causing anybody in chat some feelings of distress and you want to take a moment away, we will save you a seat. Come back in five minutes. I'm pretty sure they'll, not even 5 minutes, or turn your volume down. And I'm sorry, it is kind of awful. It's awful thinking about poor Officer John O'Keefe's injuries and like the whole fucking thing.
Mr. O'Keefe's head while you were there?
I did observe blood on the back of the head. I wasn't able to tell if there's any significant trauma to the back of his head.
Now, from the Good Samaritan Hospital, yourself and Sergeant Buchanan, what, if any, items did you secure in evidence from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
And you know what else? I kind of played this in jest earlier just to get us back onto topic. But I think it's worthwhile if you're feeling a little anxiety here. Just pretend it didn't say chill the fuck out and imagine that was a kind, nurturing. That's usually for when chat goes feral, but it has the music is very calming and the vision. I'm going to press play and then I've got to let the dogs out. Yikes. First of many.
So after we viewed Mr. O'Keefe's body, we observed a pile of clothes in the corner that hospital staff had cut off Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common. The observations.
Let's go back. I missed it.
had
What was
cut
that
off
strike?
Mr. O'Keefe and kind of piled into the corner. The one thing that had jumped out to both of us was one sneaker. And it's fairly common in a motor vehicle pedestrian strike that
Sustained. Next question. I'll strike from fairly common. The observations.
As far as the clothing that you observed, can you describe the clothing that you observed?
yes. We observed one black sneaker with a Nike.
The sneakers. Mindy says he testifies that there was always another trooper with him, but yet Yuri Bukaki, that's got a nice ring to it, was disciplined for lack of supervision, wasn't he? Interesting. I'm sure that, I mean, Bukaki goes a little rogue, doesn't he? As his Bukaki tends to do. Good question, chat. What do you think?
Nike logo, a pair of blue jeans, a belt, boxer shorts, an orange T-shirt, and a two-tone gray,
Good to see you again.
light kind of hooded sweatshirt type of
Hi,
material.
Aaron. Proctor is a
Now,
monster,
Trooper
yes,
Proctor, over
Aaron.
the course of your career responding to unattended deaths or death investigations as a member, as a detective of the unit, how many of those have involved situations where a pedestrian was struck by a motor vehicle?
Yikes, Zach. Zach.
Well, I've been in the unit, maybe 3 or 4, and then I've other experiences on the road.
And as far as the other experiences on the road, can you expound upon those as far as how many or over what time period we're talking about?
About 6 years I spent on the road, so maybe another 3 or 4.
Hey,
And
Captain
with
Skid
reference
Marks.
With reference to those pedestrian crashes, what, if anything, have you seen in those prior investigations in regard to sneakers or footwear of pedestrians involved in motor vehicle crashes?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
Sidebar. You are muted. I can't believe they think a missing shoe is evidence of a car crash. I mean, they're reaching, aren't they? I mean, in a high velocity, high speed pedestrian vehicle impact, yes, items of clothing can be flung off. People might be hit out of their shoes, but not at supposedly 24, whatever it was, miles per hour. See, I don't know all the exact facts, but that's not happening. And also, where was that other shoe? Because surely the old leaf blower would have blown away the snow and revealed the shoe. No, it was in the gutter. Couldn't see it. Okay. Where are his socks? They're on his feet, but they're inside out. Oh, no, they're on the wrong foot, weren't they? And as if Officer John O'Keefe, being as meticulous and sort of, by all accounts, very regimented in doing things a certain way and very, very, what's the word? Like, I don't want to say OCD because that diminishes the true reality of OCD. But there's just no way that Officer John O'Keefe would have had put his socks on the wrong feet, if I'm correct in remembering it like that. Captain Callout says, I've watched a man get knocked out of both his shoes. They weren't tied tight enough, I guess. Was that at quite a high speed impact though? Maybe. I can't imagine it. I mean 24. My brain, because we have kilometers here. Anyway, we're back. Yikes. Zip. Shorty zip. Hold that thought. I won't remember, so never mind.
You are unmuted.
Senior?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your prior experience with pedestrian crashes involving motor vehicles, what, if any, observations have you made on those prior occasions in regard to the footwear with respect to the pedestrians in motor vehicle crashes?
In those experiences,
Wait.
I've observed.
No, some socks do have a left and a right. They were Adidas, I think, sports socks, and you know how some socks have a thing where the logo will go on the outside. I think it had the Adidas stripes. I do recall. I may be misremembering, but some socks are designed to go on a certain way, and I guarantee you, if Officer John O'Keefe had socks that were supposed to be one foot or the other, he would have. And there's some socks that have support things in them that are designed for the arch of your foot. I know it sounds crazy. I know, but it's possible. I remember the photos. I remember people on the Twitter pointing it out. These are on the wrong foot. This is not how Officer John O'Keefe would dress himself.
One, if not both, pieces of footwear remained at the point of impact.
And so with respect to your observations of the clothing, there only being one sneaker at Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as the sort of steps you took subsequent in your investigation?
That was just a little piece of evidence that Sergeant Mechanic and I picked up, that only one piece of footwear revealed the potential of a vehicle strike.
Now, in addition to Sergeant Mechanic is one of your supervisors within the detective unit, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's another
Wait,
one,
James.
Lieutenant Brian Tully.
that's correct.
Tully. We
Now,
love
with
these guys.
respect,
We love Tully and Bukaki and Proctor. They're top, Fanning as well. All great guys. Great guys. Shining example of the Mass State Police, right? I'm being facetious. James, the socks have disappeared. So are you saying because they were in the photos, but they're now not in evidence? Is that what you're saying? Well, shit, James. Well, shit. I mean, explain that. I mean, it's the least of the things that are randomly not okay with this case, but okay.
To the one sneaker that was found in Mr. O'Keefe's property, what, if anything, with regard to that, did you communicate?
It's me. Hi, I'm Sam.
Objection.
As to how it goes to the investigation,
Yes.
Jay,
I'll allow it.
come on now.
So,
Oh, he's over the
Sergeant
rainbow.
Mechanic and I informed DLT Tully that there was one shoe at the hospital.
Shit.
And with respect to Detective Lieutenant Tully, are you aware that subsequently in the afternoon that there was a search that was conducted in the area of 34 Fairview Road where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes,
And are you aware of what, if anything, was recovered in the area where Mr.
I got to
O'Keefe
close the
was
door.
found,
The dogs are
on
back in.
that day?
Objection.
I'll allow it as to the investigation.
yes.
And what are you aware?
We were informed, Sergeant Mechanic and I were informed that SIR team and Detective Lieutenant Tully discovered a black Nike sneaker with a white swoosh logo that was a match to Mr. O'Keefe's shoe at the hospital.
Now, from these items of clothing, I'm sorry, let me just let the siren go on. Trooper, in addition to the shoe that you've already referenced, what, if anything else, did you observe about
I got cheese
what,
as well.
what kind of clothing and the condition of the clothing that you observed at the hospital?
The clothing seemed, it was wet. It was pretty well saturated.
Yeah,
The
because
rights-
they washed his clothes, because they laundered his clothes. I'm sorry, they 100% laundered the clothes. Yes, just my opinion. It's a very strong opinion. I think a lot of other people hold that opinion. Chloe chewed one of his shoes. They replaced it, or perhaps it was very soaked in blood. I know that people, Aussie Insider included, have debunked and asserted that they are the same shoe. I agree to disagree, and that's okay. Can't agree on everything. That's not life, is it? I don't believe they're the same shoe. And the shoe they held up in court was very fresh looking, right? Just so you know, if you're new here, when I have cheese, I mute myself so you can't hear me chewing. And then guaranteed, I'll forget that I'm muted and I'll start talking. Fingers crossed I don't. If I do, chat, you can tell me I'm muted. I'll work it out pretty quickly. And it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It's iconic, shorty. So welcome. Welcome, new people. But we'll keep going.
Sleeve had some like cuts to it, like tears to it. There's like blood and vomit on it, if I recall.
Yikes,
Those were the
Jake.
observations I had made of the clothing. And they had been cut due to rendering first aid as well, the pants area.
Now, subsequent to viewing these clothing items at the hospital at a later time, did you have occasion to observe surveillance video from a variety of places on the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, depicting Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you note with regard to the clothing that you observed at the hospital and the clothing that you observed in the video?
So the videos I reviewed at CF McCarthy's bar and the Waterfall bar were the same clothes Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured at Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, Trooper, I'm going to ask you some questions just in
Those
regard to,
sirens, though.
securing these items specifically as evidence, but in general terms, as far as securing items and evidence within your unit. How is that accomplished? How is that done?
Hi.
What do you do
Thanks,
with
Detective Mullins.
items that you deem of evidentiary value that you then secure?
Generally, if we take an item for evidence, we'll put it in a brown paper bag, document it, time, date, who secured that item, address, where it's discovered, and then we'll bring that back to our office.
Kevin. Okay, homemade brown bread. Already that sounds like a lot of work, but yes. Butter, yes, thank you. Strawberry jam, yes, and cheddar cheese. It's divine. Well, that sounds fucking delicious, man. Can you make the bread though? Because like my oven's revolting. I use an air fryer. Can I substitute the homemade brown bread for something? I do eat very delicious multigrain wholemeal bread. Anyway, back on topic. Yikes.
To the evidence processing area. From there, it'll go to a permanent evidence room that has triple retention. It has an actual key, a key card, and an actual access code. And only 3 members of my office have access to that room, the 2 evidence officers and Detective Lieutenant Tully.
And at this time in January 29th.
Okay, wait. I haven't got the comment up yet, but I mean, see, I'm not even muted yet. Like, I'm so proud of myself. I'm like doing it professional and shit. Okay. Gitmo Holiday says, why would the vomit only be on his underpants and not in his jeans? Well, I mean, perhaps they didn't wash his jocks, but if he had vomited. Okay, so wind it back. Have you all subscribed to Dream Feed Media? That's the first thing you need to do. If you haven't, Dream Feed Media, one of my mods will put Grace's channel in a link in the chat. You have to. Grace did a whole experiment about the Apple data on Officer John O'Keefe's watch to try and work out about the weird cluster in about a 2-minute space of the equivalent of the stairs. And the way, I don't want to, spoiler alert, it's a whole thing. You've got to go and binge all of her content. Grace is amazing. But she worked out, should I spoiler alert it? You'll come to it. She worked out that that the only way, and it did replicate it, was if the phone was in Officer John O'Keefe's pocket, and if he was hit and then fell to the ground, again, knocked down, dragged up, whether he stood himself up or was dragged up by one of those 3 people in that basement, that I think it was 6 times, maybe it was 5, based on John's height, that would equate to the ascending and the ascending of staircase. So if he's being, obviously he was being punched by, I believe, Higgins, and he was vomiting as they were standing back up because he was receiving epic head trauma, obviously, with those black eyes. Then perhaps the vomit went on both the jeans and the jocks. But then if they washed his hoodie and his jeans but left the jocks on him because they didn't notice the vomit on the jocks, bingo. Anyway, carry on. Good questions, though.
2022, who was assigned as the evidence officers who had access to that room?
So that'd be Trooper David Achico and Trooper Jeffrey Kukowski.
Did either yourself or Sergeant Ughhhh have any
Hi,
access
John.
to that evidence storage?
Good
No.
to see you. Amazing.
Now, with reference to these items that were seized and say items that were seized subsequent during the course of your investigation, did they go through that same sort of evidentiary storage process that you were speaking about before?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, in addition to the clothing items, at some point did you come into possession and seize Mr. O'Keefe's
Come
phone?
and visit me.
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that you received or retrieved Mr. O'Keefe's phone from?
We received it at the Canton Police Department
And was that prior to you going to the Good Samaritan?
after, I believe.
So following the Good Samaritan, where did you go from there?
So after the Good Samaritan Hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I traveled to 340.
I mean, when you think about it, there's literally no way that if you were lying down in the snow, that vomit could go anywhere other than this way, or that he would have choked on it, right? It faced down. The only way that the vomit could go on any part of his clothing was if he was maybe sitting down, slumped, vomit, right? Being pulled up, or if he was standing and vomit and it goes down. not lying down in the snow. And there was no vomit in the snow. I mean, God, red Solo cups, but still. See? Hive mind. Look at us.
5 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And why did you go to that location?
That was the residence of Miss Reed's parents' home. And having a brief conversation with Miss Reed on the phone, she informed us she was at her parents' house.
So you had called Miss Reed, spoken to her, and informed her that you were coming there to speak, correct?
Correct.
And just as you had done with Ms. McCabe, Mr. McCabe, you spoke to Ms. Reed within her home.
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, did you reach out to on your way there with regard to local law enforcement as you were driving to Dayton?
We contacted the Dayton Police Department just for a couple of reasons. One, it's a common courtesy. If we're in another town, we just kind of give the local PD a heads up. But also we needed to coordinate a plow truck and potentially a tow truck as well.
And why did you need to coordinate those?
At the time, there must have been at least a foot of snow on the ground, more.
More? Crystal, yes. Well, head wounds bleed very profusely, very quickly. I don't know if has anyone ever been punched in the face? Yes, I have. Has anyone ever had their split their scalp? Any of the things, but the nose, 100%. That would have gushed out blood very quickly. But the patterns, although they seem to be rather diluted, I don't think the clothes were scrubbed or even necessarily laundered with any detergent, washing liquid or whatever. I think they just chucked him in the wash with nothing, just within about half an hour of him being assaulted. It's about the time that those stains looked like they might have set. So there was some setting of the blood into the garments. Anybody who's tried to wash blood out of clothes, you've got about half an hour at max. And if you don't scrub it, it's there forever. So yeah.
And it was a dead end cul-de-sac, so which made it difficult to navigate. So we requested the plow to clear a path for Sergeant Buchanan and I to get down the roadway, as well as clear the driveway of the residence, so the tow truck could pull into the driveway.
Now, as far as the drive from Good Samaritan.
So there was puke on his jocks, but not in his jeans, right? And the stains on the jumpers and the jeans were very diluted. Think about what blood looks like in clothing and fabric. And then think about if you don't realize there's some blood on something and you wash it without scrubbing it or soaking it or giving it a bit of a pre-wash stain remover. Sorry, laundry talk, but it's intrigued me the whole time. As soon as I saw those garments pulled out of the evidence bags, the Stop and Shop bags in court, I was like, they've been washed. I'm an avid laundry person. I love doing laundry. I know, weird. The blood wasn't dark stained 3 liters of blood, right? It was faded and washed out and kind of pinky orange. And it's not because he was lying in the snow. He wasn't lying in sludgy sleet. It was a powdering of snow.
That's in Brockton, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as the drive from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the defendant's parents' home in Dayton, about how long a drive was that, and how would you describe the weather conditions along the way?
Yeah, the weather conditions were white out, high winds, blizzard conditions. We had to travel very slow. It was almost about an hour to get there.
And when you arrived there, you're in Sergeant Buchanan's truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did Sergeant Buchanan position the truck in relation to the house at
I was muted.
345 Country Hill?
Absolutely.
From what I recall, Sergeant Buchanan went down the cul-de-sac and turned around, and he had to let me out first because of the high snowbanks, and then he parked kind of along the snow, pointing essentially to Mr. Reed's house.
And at some point, did members of the Dayton police come along and join?
Yes.
And do you recall who those people were?
I believe one.
Pause. Kevin, wait, what? Miss Shorty, 1. Back in 2004, well, that was a long time ago, just saying, while crossing O'Connell Street in Dublin, I came across a man with a large 6-inch or so vertical opening in his skull. Lovely. That what was noticeable was the lack of blood. Do you think that the blood bled inwards? If it was a crack in the skull itself, that the way things happen is that it was an internal brain bleed instead of a gushing of external blood? Could be, but yuck. Thanks for sharing.
One of the officers' last name was Barros or Barrios.
Barros,
And have
very
you ever
honest
met that
man.
officer before?
No.
Now, with respect to the home, had you and Sergeant Buchanan approached the home at any point prior to the Dayton police showing up?
I can't recall if. No, they had arrived first before we approached the home.
Hydrogen peroxide does get blood out, but if you're putting hydrogen peroxide on a pair of jeans and a hoodie, you're going to bleach out the dye, the color, unless it's a synthetic fabric where the color of the, here we go, textile talk with Shorty, the color of fabric that is polyester or synthetic, the color of the yarn of the yarn is built into the yarn itself, whereas natural fibers are dyed. So if it was synthetic, purely synthetic stuff, which denim isn't, denim is cotton, synthetic won't bleach the color out of it if you put hydrogen peroxide. But if it's any sort of natural fabric, and denim, cotton.
And when you approached the home, you went. What did you traverse? How did you get from the street to the home?
We walked down the driveway, and then we observed Miss Reed's Lexus.
Do we remember though that he wasn't lying? Sorry, Terry says, wouldn't the snow falling on him make the clothes look washed? Do you remember Proctor just before? He was talking about when they collected Officer John O'Keefe's clothing from the hospital and they were sodden. They refer to the fact that they took days to dry in the Sally Port, yeah, or whatever it was, on butcher's paper, brown paper. So that I don't know. I don't live in a snowy climate, but the level, the kind of snow that it was, and the time of the morning he was found, which was just the beginning of the blizzard, I don't think that there was enough liquid in that snow to make them sodden, right? That suggests to me laundered but not dried.
Parked in the driveway, the front of it facing one of the garage doors. That's when we observed the broken taillight on the right side of the vehicle. We then proceeded to the front door. The snow was about up to our waist.
Oh, it was
knocked
not.
on the door and was greeted by.
Come on now, chat. The snow was not up to their waist. I've heard it was mid shins. Is that right? That day, by that time, it wasn't up to their waist. I've heard there was 3 inches by like 8 o'clock or whatever, 5 inches by 10 or something, up to your waist. How tall are you, Trooper Proctor? Lordy Dordy. He's such a liar.
Mr. Reed.
So as you're walking
I'm going to
up the
spin
driveway
through the
towards
chat.
home,
Sorry, I've gotten far
you see
behind.
Ms. Reed's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a vehicle that you later subsequently found.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? Because he's going to testify to it.
Karen Reed, is that correct?
What did Bukaki?
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Edward. Nowhere near the waist, unless Proctor's like this tall, a midget
I'm
man.
showing you documents, 4 pages in length, just ask you to review that. Finish.
Yikes. 2 to 3 inches. Every little bit counts, Patricia. Yikes. Oh, yes. On your skin and yes, definitely. Ouch, also. Proctor isn't a shorty. How short? And also, ma'am, how dare you? That's assault. Don't call Proctor a shorty because we're shorties. And no, there is nothing about us that's anything like Proctor, but he's not short, is he? Like, not short. Like, if even for me, like, I'm short, not tiny, but short. I'm like 5'2". If it was up to a medium height man's waist, it would be up to my here, right? Up to my boobs. No, that's crazy talk. Unless he's a tiny person. I mean, I'm sure he's got a little tiny one of these. And he's got a tiny little ego that he needs to make feel bigger by being mean to people. Hey, puppy.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it?
Registry of Motor Vehicles. It's the
I
certified
see you,
document
girl.
for Miss Reed's Lexus.
Is that the plate information that's contained in there? Is that the same plate that was affixed to Ms. Reed's vehicle on that day?
Yes.
And that also details sort of
Fantastic.
the history or how long she's had possession of that vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Going back to, I believe, 2000.
Nobody be alarmed, but Buster just did a big vomit. My dog behind me there. I think he's gone out in sympathy for Officer John O'Keefe. He's trying to display ways in which, oh my God, it could, oh my God, fantastic. Carry on. You okay, Busty? You not well, Mr. Boy? Don't worry, one of the dogs will eat it up. Delightful. Dog mom.
21, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Nice. Nice, Shelby. Here, this is for you, Shelby. Oh, wait. But that doesn't make
Now,
sense because
with
they didn't put the
respect,
comment up on screen.
to Ms. Reed, at some point you go into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And how do
That's-
you enter
that's-
into the defendant's parents?
So Sergeant Buchanan and I, after we had knocked on the front door, Mr. Reed directed us around the corner, opened up the garage door for us, and invited us in.
Now, if I could take you back to, I'm sorry, just as far as when you're coming up the driveway and you're passing by the defendant's vehicle, you mentioned some damage.
Scott says, ADA Adam Lally, I think that's a far too much respect for Lally, but anyway, ADA Adam Lally and all these liars were constantly lying about the snow in the time frame of the alleged crime. You're right. Do you think that's why Lally constantly went on and on about the clearing the apron and all of this to try and like change the narrative on how much snow there actually was? Because I mean, there are photos and like weather records and stuff, right? There was, but by the time state police searched for the planted taillight 680. Wait, what? How much time? Well, anyway, I get you. Basically, how much snow was there? Not waist height by the time. It wasn't waist height. Maybe thigh height? No, not even.
Damage that you observed to the right rear passenger side area, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what it was specifically that you observed as far as damage to that area of the vehicle?
Yeah, the right
I've gotten so
rear
far behind the
taillight
chat. Sorry.
had essentially large pieces missing from it.
So you proceed inside the home, and where is it that you're directed, and
Cold.
where is the defendant?
We're invited into a large living room area. Miss Reed is seated on a couch, and her parents, William and Janet, are present for the conversation and kind of standing off to the side.
And that conversation goes on for approximately how long?
Approximately half hour, 40 minutes.
So wait, also going back to that question about John's Officer John O'Keefe's clothing being soaking, taking days to dry out, even in a heated or in a car or whatever, wherever it was, smoke and mirrors, Sallyport. The brunt of the snow was during the day, but by which time, like John had been taken to the hospital, so he wasn't lying in masses of wet snow, and it was light powdery snow anyway, wasn't it? I don't know my snow real good, but it didn't look like sludgy, slushy sleet snow to me.
And when you terminate that conversation, you come back outside of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And where is the vehicle at this point?
That is being put on the tow truck.
Now, in
Good
addition
timing.
to-
Good timing, Anne. Tell the truth. Yes. Could it also have been the wheels spinning, not getting traction, not getting purchase on the snowy, icy driveway, whatever. So maybe again, I don't know snow. You tell me, chat. I'm all about that summer Christmas thing.
to the defendant's vehicle, what, if anything else, was taken and seized as evidence from the defendant on that morning?
After confirming the phone Miss Reed was holding was in fact hers, we told her we were seizing the phone and we'd be writing a search warrant for that.
Now, during the course of the conversation that you and Sergeant Mechanic had with the defendant that afternoon at her parents' home in Dayton, were there some questions in relation to contact information for other people that were at bars or different establishments the night before?
Yes, we asked Miss Reed specifically for some of the friends that Mr. O'Keefe was with at CF McCarthy's. One person in particular was Michael Camerano. So we observed Miss Reed enter the passcode on her phone, retrieve Mr. Camerano's phone number for us, provided to us, and that just further confirmed that was her cell phone.
Now, through your training experience, when a cell phone is seized from a person, what, if anything, is it that you do with regard to that cell phone to preserve the information on?
Well, first thing we do is we put it in airplane mode, and then we give it to
Prince Lover,
a
correct.
cell phone expert in our office,
Correct.
Trooper Nicholas
Correct.
Garino, and he essentially tries to access the data in that phone once a search warrant is obtained.
Now, as far as putting that cell phone in what you described as airplane mode, what is the purpose of that?
What about a Faraday
It's to
bag?
avoid
sir?
if someone wants to go on a tablet or a laptop.
So airplane mode doesn't have the same protective capabilities as the Faraday bag, is my understanding. Back to Dream Feed Media, Grace did a whole thing where she put an old iPhone into a but working, functioning iPhone into a Faraday bag, inside another one, 4 Faraday bags, and still it registered it registered steps or impact in her falling over experiment that she did herself. She put her body on the line for these experiments, chat.
Laptop and access the information on their phone, and they can start deleting stuff off their iCloud. This prevents that.
So you secure the phone, you secure the vehicle on the tow truck, and then where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go?
Without a search warrant, might I remind you, chat. Secured the vehicle, no search warrant, no warrant for the seizure of that vehicle, right? But hardly a dusting yet. They said Higgins cleared the driveway, right? Well, I do think he cleared the driveway, but I think it was later. I think it was later to clear away any tire track marks of the Ford Edge being pulled around to the, again, Dreamfeed Media. So many things debunked in her very meticulous research and calculations. You've got to, honestly, rabbit hole, you will be mind blown if you don't already watch Dreamfeed Media. But I do think that Higgins cleared the driveway later, footprints and tire tracks to get rid of any of the, the 3-point turn that turned into a U-turn, that turned into a hand gesturing like Wendy Adelson.
Go from there.
We followed the tow truck from the address in Dighton to the Canton Police Department. We're secured in the Sallyport Bay.
And if you know approximately what time was it that you arrived at the Canton Police Department and secured the defendant's vehicle in the Sallyport Bay?
So we left Dighton around 4:16 p.m. and arrived in Canton at the police department at approximately 5:31 p.m.
And with reference to the Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage, why was the vehicle taken there?
I wasn't part of that decision, but it's my understanding that it was a heated facility. The other options were, I believe, the barracks in Milton, but that's not large enough to house a vehicle that size, and it's not heated.
And in regard to the heated, what was the sort of purpose or utility of storing it in a heated setting?
Miss Reed's vehicle was covered with snow and ice at the time. It was transported from Dighton to Canton.
And with regard to the Sallyport garage area of the Canton Police Department, at some point were you inside that area?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make as far as the temperature or the heating within that facility?
I don't remember the exact, I couldn't put a ballpark on temperature, but it was certainly warmer than outside.
Now, as far as
question.
The vehicle was concerned, either
Chat.
on scene,
Yeah, I know this is in Bukaki's testimony, but with the Sallyport video, sus. So the Sallyport was heated, right? That's why they took it all the way back there then, rather than one of the, I think, 3 alternatives, maybe 2, between where Karen's vehicle was, from whence it was seized to the Canton PD, Sallyport. But how about all that snow on the ground? That vehicle had already been driven in with all that, and all the snow had gone off. You remember that? You remember that? Remember that? Yes. And hey, Shelly babes, good to see you. And good timing. Gone to the dogs, paying it forward. You promise. Thanks, love. Amazing. Welcome, new members. Yes. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Back to it. The apron.
either in Dighton or at the Sallyport garage, or at any point in time that you were in the presence of that vehicle, what, if any, contact did you have?
Better late than
what,
never.
if anything, did you do or observe Sergeant Mechanic to do with regard to that damaged area you described on the right rear passenger side?
Yeah, Sergeant Mechanic and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
Righto, mate.
And as far as the moving it from sort of the tow truck into the Sallyport area, how was that accomplished?
The tow truck driver removed it from the tow truck and pulled it into the Sallyport Bay.
Now, as far as prior to leaving that Sallyport area of the garage where the vehicle was, what, if anything, did you and Sergeant Mechanic do with reference to securing that vehicle or coordinating it off in any way, shape?
Same
We tried to set up a perimeter as best we could using caution tape, and just kind of sectioned it off with caution tape.
Now, at some point,
Hi, Diane. Good to see you.
you leave the Sallyport area, the Canton Police Station, and where did you go from there?
We had a debrief meeting. So there's other troopers. There's troopers at scene on 34 Fairview Road. There's other troopers conducting interviews. So at the end of the night, members of my office met in a conference room at the Canton Police Department to exchange information as far as what everyone had learned throughout the day.
And as far as that meeting is concerned, that's just troopers from your unit, from your office.
Suspicious. Scott says, go back to DA Michael Meatball Morrissey's hostage tape. Wow, that's just wild, isn't it? It's so bad. All you need to see what this cover up and framing of Karen Reed was all about. Absolutely. The fix was in. Pin it on the girl. Absolutely. And surely potential prospective jurors saw that. It's just sus, but maybe we're finally attuned to the sus shit in all of this. I don't know. I'm sure you guys, like at the time, Scott, at the time, and chat, at the time, did that video seem sus? Because it seems sus now, but we have the benefit of hindsight and a relatively full understanding of all of the fuckery, right?
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so
Correct.
there were no members of the Canton Police Department that were present for that. Is that correct?
No, correct.
And do you know why that was?
They had taken a step back from the investigation. They weren't going to participate in any interviews or anything.
Took a real big step back, didn't they? Just going to stay totally involved, but stepping right back, y'all. Thank you, Colors, beautiful girl. Love you so much. So good to have you here always. Colors makes a big effort to be here. This is never a great time for her with her little ones. This is the time of the night where people are trying to get dinner and stuff organized for kidlets and tired kids. And thank you, and don't take this personally, but
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away.
you're not a motherfucker, but I love you. Thank you.
anything of that nature.
And how was that communicated to you and Sergeant Buchanan?
The best of my recollection was that debrief meeting that we were informed that essentially Canton PD would be taking a step back from the investigation and that now this is just solely a Norfolk State Police investigation.
Investigation, air quotes. Edward Scott says the fix was in higher than Morrissey. Judges have to worry about their peers. If Bev's peers don't understand why she's being like she is, she'd get shit for it there too. Yes. I mean, birds of a feather, right? Yes, it's of concern. How deep does this go, right? Massachusetts. And also, good to see 209 of you watching. Lurkers, hi. Give me a second. I think that maybe we might just say hi to the lurkers again because more of you are here and we're happy to have you here. Feel free to come on into chat. You can hit the subscribe button and then, or you can always unsubscribe. I don't mind. Come in and chat. It's fun here. Got him on a good dirty pause too.
So before we get to sort of the debriefing and all that's covered in that, as far as when you're on call, you get a call for any kind of sort of homicide or unattended death or anything like that. You then become what's called a case officer for that investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe for the jury sort of what the duty or the role is of the case officer vis-a-vis the rest of the members of the unit?
So essentially, a case officer is more of a facilitator.
Oh, so I'm not the lead investigator. I was like, just the case officer. Lurkers are welcome. It's cute. Every time I play that bumper, like 10 lurkers go, she can see us. She knows we're here. Yeah, I can see you. I can see the numbers. And there's no way there's 208 people in the chat. Before it was 216. So, guys, come back. Don't be scared. It's okay. Any kind of lurker, whether you're lurking for nefarious reasons or just curiosity, we love you.
You kind of delegate out tasks, coordinate interviews. The case officer isn't the sole decision maker. I have supervisors. I have that we bounce ideas off of. I get feedback from. I also keep them updated. It's a collaborative effort in each investigation. We're a small office, so when a homicide comes in, everyone essentially drops what they're doing, and we all work on it together. So it's a collective effort to work on these cases, and essentially the case officer is just kind of the record keeper of all the reports that come in and video that comes in. But when it comes down to
Good to have you here now.
time, it's a group effort.
Now, with reference to that collaborative effort that you were just discussing and this sort of debriefing meeting, so there were other troopers doing other things or other tasks throughout the course of the day of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And so what was sort of the purpose of or not specifically what was discussed, but in general terms, what was discussed during the course of this debriefing?
Yes, clear your throat before you spin that fucking bullshit narrative. Wildman, oh my God, every time. Wildman's mom. I think it's the mom part. Can I say Wildman's mom? That's easier for me. It goes all the way to the capital because this is a very old way of living for some in Canton. Canton. It's what they grew up knowing and doing. Example, kids destroy new home, kicking dead animals. It's definitely the culture of the town. Absolutely. You can tell that. It's the townies. It's the Canton first, right? Versus everybody else. I'm dying. Choking. The townies got me. Oh, good point. Yeah, it's a cultural thing. Absolutely.
The taillight piece is found at 34 Fairview Road by CERT. The one sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road. Interviews conducted, and then Sergeant Mechanic and I also shared everything we had kind of learned throughout the day as well.
And that debriefing meeting, if you know about how long approximately did that take in this case?
I can't recall, maybe half hour.
And so following that meeting, where did you go from there?
The Sergeant Mechanic and I had secured some evidence, the clothing from Good Samaritan Hospital, the additional sneaker found at 34 Fairview Road, as well as the taillight pieces discovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Sir.
And Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone and Miss Reed's cell phone, and him and I transported those to the office in Canton.
And when you transported them to the office in Canton, what, if anything, did you do with those items?
The 2 cell phones were given to Trooper Nicholas Garino, and the clothing was laid out on top of butcher paper to dry out in our evidence intake area. And then the bag taillight pieces were set aside in the evidence intake processing area. Sergeant Mechanic and I didn't have access to the permanent evidence locker area, so we just secured them in the temporary intake area.
Mandy's here.
That
Yes.
leads me to my next question. As far as the area that you're talking about with regard to the clothing items and the other items that you secure beyond the cell phones, that was in a secure area of your office, is that correct?
Correct.
And by secure, I mean restricted access.
Exactly, John. Exactly.
troopers
Who
within
did have the
your
phone?
view, correct?
Correct. It's you need a key card, and it's also equipped with an alarm.
Hey,
Now-
Miss Holmes.
Following that, as far as these items of evidence and other items of evidence that are seized throughout the course of an investigation, how is it that they go, or what, if anything, is done, if you know,
Hey,
through the time that
gorgeous.
they go from this temporary storage area to the permanent storage area?
Yeah, I'm not an evidence officer. I never have been. My understanding is once it's in the
Well, shit. Well, thank you, Chelsea, for your $50 super sticker. That's really kind of you. Super generous. You're going to perpetuate that whole she's doing it for grift and clicks. Thank you. That's really sweet. Thank you so much. Hey, wait. I'll give you the full length one. This one.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Thank you, Chelsea. That's really kind of you.
evidence processing area gets put into the permanent evidence room that only, like I said, two troopers and a detective lieutenant have access to.
Wait.
And it's
Good point. Last night on Aussie Insiders live stream, at the end of the kamikaze with Claire and Aiden and Jason Burrows and Lacey Jane, we went on to, instead of, I was just a mod then, not on screen, but we were talking about the clothes, and it was the general consensus that they had been wet in some way. And he says, do we believe the clothes took that long? Did they dunk OJO in the pool to get rid of the vomit? Well, that's a good idea. It was speculated in chat in Aussie's at the end of her stream last night that perhaps they took him into the shower, took Officer John O'Keefe into the shower and like, hosed him down in the shower. But yes, I mean, that sounds like a lot to dunk. I don't know the depth of the pool, and maybe that's why. Didn't they fill in that pool, or was that a different house? No, I can't remember. I should know. That's a good idea. So long as there was a shallow end, because that would be very hard to pull the literal, sorry, trigger warning, dead weight of a 6 foot 1 or 2 man into the pool fully clothed and pull him out. That would take some strength of 3 men perhaps. Two men and a very burly teenager, Colin Albert.
the evidence officer's responsibility to process that material
Thought so.
when they
Thanks.
see fit.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 1st of 2022, were you working in regard to this investigation on that date as well?
Yes,
And at some point, did you have occasion to go back to the Canton Police Department, specifically in the Sally Port Garage area?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going out to the Sally Port Garage on that day?
Pursuant to a search warrant, we were processing Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
Thank you, chat, for
And
telling
when
me,
you
for
say
clearing
we,
that up.
Who, if anyone else, was
My
present
brain,
with
I
you,
don't
who,
know,
if anyone
stuff.
else did you contact in
And
reference
stuff.
to the processing pursuant to that search warrant of the defendant's vehicle?
So we had a chemist from the State Police Lab, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, as well as a trooper from Crime Scene Services, Trooper Zachary Clark.
Kevin?
And then later in the day, the accident recon team, Trooper Joe Paul, had arrived as well.
So many brothers.
Now, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to Crime Scene Services section. Can you describe for the jury sort of what their role is in regard to investigations that you do and how?
I
they
did.
contact?
I do. I feel great. It's amazing.
So in any scene, if it's required for it to be documented, Crime Scene Services will arrive. They'll document the scene with photographs. In more serious situations, in a homicide, for instance, they'll actually take video as well as dust fingerprints.
Now, with respect to this particular investigation, there were a number of different
It's been
areas at
debunked.
different times when Crime Scene
Where is
Services
Chloe? She's
contacted
over the
you
rainbow,
documented, correct?
Yes,
And that would
Socks.
include
Jay
the
can't get off
scenario
the
when you
socks.
observed injuries to Mr. O'Keefe.
correct.
That would include the autopsy that was performed to Mr.
Zach.
O'Keefe.
Yes,
Jake.
That would include February 1st in the Sally Port Garage when the search warrant was executed on the defendant's vehicle.
correct.
That would include subsequent searches that occurred at Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of those instances, if you know, was it ever the same trooper from Crime Scene Services section that came out and memorialized
Oh,
each of those respective
bless.
areas?
Jake. Here we go. You've gone incognito for a while. Jake says, Steph, can you debunk this for us? Steph was very reluctant to admit that Chloe was no longer with us. Chloe's definitely in the farm. She's playing with all the other dogs and bunnies and rabbits. I say that every time. Bunnies and cats that all went to the farm, right? The guinea pigs. Jake, come on now. Good luck pushing that around here, unless you're being funny, in which case, lol.
Yeah, it was a different trooper each time.
And is that something that you or any member of your unit has any control over whatsoever as far as who shows up from Crime Scene Services to memorialize or document a scene?
No.
Steph, you're not helping.
Now, with respect to the search warrant execution on February 1st, what I want to ask is
Could be,
between the
Amika.
time that you were in the garage on January 29th, 2022, and the time that you're there for the search warrant execution on February 1st, had you been in
The
that Sally Port
farm.
area of the Canton Police Station at any time in between?
No.
Now, with respect to the taillight area on the passenger side of the defendant's vehicle, what, if any, differences or what, if anything, do you note sort of?
What, if anything? Jim, yes, there's proof. Nicole Albert told us they met halfway to Vermont. But like where? And who? Who? Where's Chloe? Proof.
Between your observations of the taillight on the 29th versus your observations on February 1st.
Yeah, the only difference from the 29th to the 1st was
Oh, mellow.
snow and ice had
Absolutely.
melted from the taillight.
So as far as the condition of that particular taillight, was it in essentially the same condition that you observed it on the 29th when you observed it on the 1st?
Yes, it was
Hi, Mrs. Ash.
still
good to
broken
see you.
and large pieces missing from it.
But as far as the broken status of it and the pieces that were missing, was it any more broken or any more pieces missing from it when you saw it on the 1st versus when you saw it on the 29th?
No.
And with respect to the taillight housing for that vehicle on that particular day, what, if anything, happened with it on that day, if you know?
The state police chemist, Ms. Hartnett, had it removed, which she brought to the lab herself.
Hey, good point, though. Most wanted, OHA. Chloe's been chipped, so her location can be hacked into to find that canine. Has anyone ever seen that anywhere in any chat on any other channel ever before? I haven't. Of course. That's why. Is it a location? Is it a tracking device, though? Or is it just we can scan this if we find this pet and see who they belong to? maybe my mind isn't so blown, but good point. If we find a German Shepherd that we think looks like Chloe somewhere between Vermont and Canton, we can check and see if it's Chloe. Maybe she's still on the farm. Maybe she fucking got rid of her ankle bracelet and she's like, fuck this, I'm going to the farm.
Herself.
So she had it removed it herself, and then physically took it with her when she left to the lab.
Yeah, I was with the assistance of a Canton police officer who was
Exactly, LA.
had an auto body
Good
shop,
idea.
so he's kind of well versed in cars, so he was able to assist the chemist with removing the housing unit.
Now, at any point in time on that day of February 1st, 2022, did you come into contact physically or otherwise with that tail light? Did you handle it in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, with court's permission, I would request to publish.
Yikes. I mean, I've heard the food's bad, but geez Louise. Oh. Yes, weed whacker is a whippersnapper. Yes. Now, Mrs. Ash says, I find it funny that Hank Brennan, is talking about Chloe, but someone said that Brian A. was seen in a parking lot with a Canton dog officer. What are they up to? Oh, recently, Mrs. Ash? Well, shit. Maybe he thought that went well with the first German Shepherd we had. Perhaps we should get another one, just in case. I mean, what do you think they're trying to get another, a similar looking German Shepherd? So at this trial, they can go, look, surprise, Chloe's back from the farm. Steph will be over the moon and Chloe will still be over the rainbow. Yes, exactly. Yes. But here's the thing, though. Wait. Here's the thing, though. They didn't swab any of Officer John O'Keefe's wounds that we know of. They swabbed the clothing, which, as we've kind of speculated, may well have been laundered. And there's no DNA to link bites back to her. I don't know about that, Edward. I don't think where Chloe is just doesn't matter. It's just a very human aspect of this, well, canine aspect of this ridiculous farce of a disgusting everything. I can't even, words gone. Chloe, and also Chloe does matter, and she's a she, not an it. But bite mark analysis was long ago discredited. What do you mean? Are you talking about in humans to compare, like, for example, Ted Bundy's bite marks with his victims? That's been discredited, but there is very much a pattern that canine teeth, we know this. Hello, Dalbert hearing. The swabbing, I mean, red Solo cups, there was swabs taken from things off garments that had been in sally ports and drenched and possibly laundered and weren't even, she wasn't even sent samples of the garments. She was sent swabs taken from the garments. How do we know? There's no chain of custody there. There's none.
Question of Exhibit 34.
Okay.
The sally port video. Ms. Gilman, if I could have from February 1st, 2022. At approximately 9:12 a.m.
I want to say this is a parody account, but if it isn't, sir, what the fuck? That's it, Peaches. That's it.
You can just pause it right there. Okay. Ronnie, if I may, it may be easier and more visible with this particular video with the lights on.
Damn
Okay.
it. Nice. Nice one. Nice parody.
Trooper Proctor, directing your attention to what's up on the screen is Exhibit 34. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's the Sally Port area, Canton Police Department, and Miss Reed's Lexus kind of roped off with yellow caution tape.
And this is the
Hi,
execution of that search warrant that you were speaking about before, as far as your presence and some of the other members of the state police and the state police lab that you were talking about.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could run it from here.
Too late, Amber. Proctor. Bukaki. Steph, hold that flame alive for Chloe. Amen, James Lynch.
So while
She
this
is
is going,
indeed.
if I could just ask a couple questions as far as people within this
Yay,
video,
welcome back,
do you
Terry.
recognize anyone in this
Done.
video?
Yeah, myself, kind of the top of the screen.
Oh, you
Trooper Zach.
sketchy McSketch motherfuckers. Scott says, okay, wait, I'll go with you first. Mrs. Ash says, even if Chloe's still alive, that's fine. Proctor didn't send in the correct swab test to test for DNA. What are they going to prove if she's alive? Nada. Yeah, there's no chain of custody, man. Bite marks are no longer considered for the purpose of identifying individuals in trials. Thank you. Scott said it with much more aplomb and official, like, sciencey shit and stuff. But obviously, Officer John O'Keefe's arm is dog bitten, but to match the bites to Chloe, not easy exactly, other than the proper DNA. And that's what Lally tried to do to impeach Marie Russell, Dr. Marie Russell in the first trial. He was trying to use the discrediting of bite mark comparison analysis in humans to victims and also dogs, but she was quite steadfast in her rightful assertion that no, we can definitely determine dog bites to human bites because of the formation of the teeth, the number of the teeth, the canine teeth themselves, yada yada yada. Yes, Scott, Hardy P.
Clark, we're the one with the camera taking photographs of the vehicle.
Now, with reference to this video from the Sally Port Garage of the Canton Police Department, what, if anything, did you learn over the course of this in regard to how that video is reported or how it's, what, if anything, sort of activates that video?
Welcome, love is a four-letter word. Good to see you.
As far as this video is concerned, is this one continuous time frame that we're looking at, or how is it?
Objection. Sustained.
My understanding,
did-
it's motion
I
active.
think you can't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chelsea?
You can ask a different.
I'm not sure there was anything said.
Oh, right. I'll strike if there was anything. But
Hmm.
Mr. Lally, just ask a question, please.
Mr. Lally, just ask a question for the love of God, and don't start it with
respect
what
to
if
this
any.
Video, as far as the recording is set up, how is that activated, or how does it record?
Yes.
Objection. Same question.
Yeah. How does he know that? It's sustained.
Have you watched this video or other videos from the Canton Police Department, Sally Port Garage?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to timing?
I
as
said
far as
no,
there's
what if
timestamp
anything?
on
What are we
the-
doing
on the
here,
video,
Lally?
Is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note with regard to the timestamp on this video or the other videos that you observed with regard to how time moves throughout the video?
Kevin.
The timestamp on the video tends to pause, indicating it's motion activated.
It tends to pause. I'll strike after that.
It's going to run to about 9:24.
Joseph, you always say that, and you know what? You're here. Joseph's here. Chat. Joseph's here.
Ms. Cummings, you can take that.
I think they were all inverted,
enough.
weren't they?
Now,
Lena?
Trooper, with regard to that tail light that was then taken by Ms. Hartnett to the lab, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, that was returned to the custody of the state police, your detective unit.
Correct.
And do you have that tail light housing?
Actually, I think no. What trained canines do, and Scott can put this in the chat as well. Canines are generally always male dogs, not females. Unneutered male dogs, I think, but don't quote me on that. Excuse me. But what canines usually do is they grab and they hold and they don't let go, and you get this disgustingly can go all the way down to muscle wound that they latch on and they don't let go. That's the whole point. Whereas an untrained canine, it's my understanding, will latch and go again and again, which is what we see on John's arm, right? So, because Chloe's a female, rest in peace, Chloe. Probably not, but in a household full of, I mean, let's say aggressive males, maybe not baby Brian. He's not aggressive, I can't imagine. But Brian, big bad Brian A, yes. If the vibe in the house is quite an aggressive one, and Chloe did have a bite history with other people and not good with humans, then it makes sense that she's probably a little bit volatile, and she's probably going to be, going at people, doing not trained stuff, just dog stuff, bite, release. Think of a domestic pet versus a trained canine.
With you today in court.
I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the trooper could retrieve that.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Probably be easier that way. Sir, you can stay right there.
Oh, good. He's standing. He's not short. He's not super tall, but he's not short. I reckon 5'10".
Do you recognize that?
Maybe.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
I recognize that to be the housing unit.
And as far as your recognizing of the housing unit, is there any sort of denotation or anything on the outside of that box indicating what's contained therein?
Here we go, chat. Get ready. Strap in. Joseph's here with the rain and green.
There's a
Put it up on
State
the
Police
screen.
Crime Lab sticker
Fucking shit at this.
with the number
Thanks,
associated
Joseph.
with it. It also indicates fragile, and evidence tape that is initialed and dated as
So-
well when it's sealed up.
I'm behind in chat, obviously. Thanks, Joseph. Not inverted. So how come we didn't notice? It's a different angle video, right? Yeah, the other one's down more at ground level. That one was an up high one, a ceiling one. Fair. Thank you. I love being corrected because it means I've learned something.
And it's the sticker also says passenger side TA, indicating tail light.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would seek to admit and introduce that as the next exhibit.
Do you want it out of the box first, Mr. Jackson?
We just take a quick look at it.
Sure.
With the court's permission, if the
Yes.
Yikes, Reese. Just like you were born knowing too. You enlightened thing, you. Not good with strangers. Exactly. It was very dark, wasn't it? Hey, good to see you, Cajun Zone. Aces. Juices. Oh, good. Asthma. Oh, the crackling. Nice gloves. Nice double chin. I mean, I can't talk. We've all got double chins, but anyway, Proctor, I hate him. Dave says the jury is probably like, okay, Proctor, he's selling himself as an honest by the book detective. The cross exam happens and the jury sees the real Michael Proctor. All right. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, boom. Hey. 6 foot or 6'1", you reckon, Terry? 6 foot. There you go. People try to tell me he was short. Right, Steph. Ooh, got your booty. I'm so far behind in chat again. Sorry. Yikes. There's a lot of you here tonight.
Trooper, you can go ahead and put that back in the box. Thank you very much.
So. The only reason I asked how tall he was, Edward, is because he said that the snow was up to his waist when they got to the scene. And I'm like, if the snow is up to his waist, he must be a midget. And when he stood up, we can see that he is not a midget. He's not a vertically challenged man. That's all. Thanks, let's all get along. Good to see you.
We need to mark.
Lucky you. I
and
woke
we're
up
going
at
to mark
1.
it twice, folks. We're going to mark the bag within the box, and we'll mark the
Bag
box.
within the box. I woke up at 1 and didn't go back to sleep. So that's cute because I went to bed at 10. So I'm feeling bright and sparkly, but good to see you. Let's all get along. Love that.
Can you both do 544, you mind? Thank you. Nancy,
I'm sorry, Trooper, if you could hand that to Madam Clerk.
sorry, hold on. Hold on. So it's gonna be 544 and 544A.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. I love your handle.
The light and the.
Oh, it's all good.
Towards
We had a
back.
chat at the start. We're
We're
good.
not even putting it right on the light.
Nothing can bring me down. The only way is
So
up.
we're putting 544 on the bag, 544A on the box.
Understood, thank you.
What are we gonna see? You put that on the bag.
Dave, you drive safely, sir. Pull over to comment. Nobody drives and texts. Be safe. I'm also streaming over the Christmas holiday period every day.
544.
Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, New Year's
544.
Day,
Thank
New
you.
Year's Eve. Detestable, right, Scott? Yeah, he said waste.
Trooper, with respect to that item that's just been marked as evidence, is that essentially the condition that you observed it in both on January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask just to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 147.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 147?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the right taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV.
Very
You can
nice.
see large pieces of it are missing.
And again, is that in the same condition that you observed it both on February 1st as well as January 29th,
Excellent.
obviously minus the
Excellent.
snow and the ice?
Yeah, minus the snow and ice, sir. Yes.
Thanks. Mr. Newman, you can take that down, Mr. Officer.
You're an asshole,
Have the
Zach.
lights back up. Thank you.
Cheeky motherfucker, Zach.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd of 2022.
Spoilt for choice, though, Mrs. Ash, right? Like they all lied so much during trial, and I'm disappointed the defense didn't call them out on all their contradicting testimony. I guess you've got to choose your battles. And like it was, I mean, it was already 10 weeks, including jury deliberations. So I do think all of that was by design, though, yeah, by the Commonwealth to just, obviously we all think that. Drag it out, bamboozle the jury, but it is infuriating. There's so many things where us as Monday morning quarterbacks go, why didn't they X, Y, and Z? Well, what do you have to choose the certain things? You have to make those calls as a defense attorney on the fly, particularly when impeachable things and conflicting testimony come up as you're going. You kind of, that's, I guess, one of the skills of being a skilled defense attorney is making the right calls on what to, what you let through to the keeper and what you hunt down.
In the morning hours of that day, where did you go in regard to this investigation?
Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper David Achico, and myself went to
Yes, Amber.
34 Fairview Road along with Trooper Evan Brandt from Crime Scene Services
Yes, Amber.
to essentially dig out the snow in pursuit for more evidence.
Now, as far as you mentioned, as far as dig out the snow in pursuit of other evidence, what, if any, tools or implements did you and the other troopers bring with you in order to effectuate that on February 5th?
We just had kind of standard snow shovels.
And with respect to that, as far as going back to 34 Fairview Roads, and let me clarify as far as that's concerned.
Terry, I think that you mean at the waterfall. I think that he was saying, don't do it here. Wait till we get back to the house. No fights here. That's stupid. What can we do here? Leave it. Wait. Pull up, bitch. Yeah, that's what I think.
Prior to that date of February 3rd, 2022, had you been to 34 Fairview Road at any point in time in the course of your investigation?
No.
So that morning of February 3rd, that's the first time that you went.
Correct.
Now, with respect to, is that how many times did you go to the area of 34 Fairview Road over the course of the next sort of days and weeks in regard to?
Yes, Reese,
potential
I think so.
recovery
Yes. Yes.
So February 3rd, I retrieved items on the 8th.
So there's definitely a benefit to both sides, the prosecution and the defense in a retrial. The defense gets to know what the witnesses are going to say and can prepare yes, better for potential impeachment opportunities. The problem is that, as we're seeing, the prosecution can also change their whole strategy. They can change their witness list. They can change all sorts of things. But in essence, the core witness testimonies, particularly experts and stuff, like Trooper Paul, it's there in writing. Yes, so impeachable moments are greater and more easily hunted down, I guess. But the prosecution can also change the game a little.
The 11th and 18th, and we was out there on the 10th with Sergeant Mechanic as well.
Now, as far as any of those occasions that you just described, that you went to the area,
You and Teddy
34
both.
Fairview Road, on any of those occasions, were you by yourself?
No.
And with respect to those other occasions, what type of people or who was with you? I know you've mentioned on the 3rd, but beyond the 3rd,
Robin,
those other
that's
occasions
cheeky.
that you described, who was with you?
On the 18th, I believe it was Trooper Chico, based on the handwriting on the evidence bag. Kind of recognized his handwriting. And the other 2 dates, I don't recall who was out there with me.
Now, with respect to items that were located, starting with the 3rd, do you recall specifically what, if any, items were located on the 3rd?
Exactly, Kevin.
We located a black drinking straw, consistent with the one seen in the waterfall video of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the bar holding the glass. We located his hat that had the American flag that was deep underneath the snow. As we were digging, we discovered that.
Robin.
We further discovered other pieces of plastic as well.
Now, as far as these return trips on successive dates to 34 Fairview Road, what was the reasoning behind that, or what was sort of the plan in reference to why were there so many different dates that you returned to 34 Fairview Road with other troopers?
Oh, I'm muted. There we go. It's just because I was coughing. We've got to do this. Jesus fuck chat.
You are unmuted.
I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yes. I just looked at the time. We've been going for 2 hours already. Time flies when you're having fun. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate you all. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. If you want to hit the thumbs down, it's all good. It's all engagement. We will keep on keeping on. We are only about halfway through, so we'll keep going until the wheels fall off, right? Off the Lexus.
So after the 29th, there was close to 2 feet of snow that had fallen. And in the days and weeks that had followed, the temperatures ranged from 30 degrees up to 60 degrees. And there was about a half a dozen days mixed in of, heavy rain. So as the snow started to melt, more evidence started to present itself.
So there were items that you recovered on the 3rd, and then items you recovered on successive dates that weren't visible or you didn't see on the 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could, keeping you on February 3rd, you mentioned that there was a Trooper Evan Brent that was present with you during the search on that day as well.
Yes.
Now, in addition to going to 34 Fairview Road, where else did yourself and Trooper Brent go on that particular day?
We traveled to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And is that the first?
Shut, wait, pause. This requires an absolute pausing of things. Whoa. That's not bullshit, Granny Nanny. But Jim, oh my God, the chat's moving. Thank you, Jim. Wow. Thank you for gifting out 10 memberships. Welcome, new shorties. Heaps of new member emojis in the chat. We're going to do a couple of members only lives over the holidays. And, what am I doing? Something this. That's amazing. And now I've got even more names on the screen that I can't see because they're green. And I love that for us shorties. It's so cool. Let's keep going. Thank you, Jim. That's really kind of you. Growing our beautiful shorty community.
First time that you had been to One Meadows Ave, Mr. O'Keefe's residence?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that residence, why is it that you and Trooper Brent went there on February 3rd?
We wanted to document Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle to show that there's no damage to it, as well as the garage doors.
And why did you want to document that?
During the review of Mr. O'Keefe's ring video, particularly the one above the garage that displays the driveway, on the 29th at approximately 5:07 a.m., Miss Reed's pulling her vehicle
Thanks, Eileen.
out of the garage door,
It's all
backing up
good.
towards Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and comes extremely close, if not slightly hitting the vehicle. So we want to
Mrs.
at least go
Ash?
document that there was no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's car.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that for the jury as far as what's been marked as Exhibit 6, video 153.
Okay.
Just if I get it. Trooper Proctor, with regard to this Ring video, how was this obtained, if you know?
So we first observed it through Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on the Ring app, and then I wrote a search warrant for Ring itself.
And as far as the videos that you received from Ring, did they match what was on or what was viewable being the Ring app on Mr. O'Keefe's cell?
The videos on Mr. O'Keefe's app, yes, they was what Ring produced, matched.
So as far as any videos that were present that you received pursuant to the search warrant, or any videos that were not present, that was consistent with what you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's app on his phone?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from here.
Oh, bit traumatizing, this sound, this audio. Here we go. Wait, I'm going to go back a little, and I'm going to, I mean, we've seen it a million times, but let me just see if I can, let me see if I can make it bigger. That's what she said. Lol. Hey, that's not, wait, yeah, we'll do it like that. We'll do it like that. So not only does the traverse move, but you can see the kind of the way the Lexus brakes is kind of like it's bumping into something, right? I'm going to slow it down a little. Hang on. Particularly because it's a 1.15. Like, fuck. Press play. Yep. Shut the front gate. We'll go again. What do you think, chat? It definitely moves. Both cars, you can tell. Wait. Yep.
Now, Trooper Proctor, with regard to this video, you've seen this before, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at the point from this video, are you able to discern who the operator of that vehicle is?
Based off the attire, Miss Reed driving.
Yes, we'll miss you, Granny Nanny.
Now,
We'll miss you.
with respect
Enjoy your meal. Meal of food.
When that vehicle, the defendant's vehicle,
Wait.
if you could, there's a laser pointer up there.
Still on
in
0.75.
front of you on the desk. If you could, I would just ask you to draw the jury's attention to what if any vehicles
Sorry.
observed in this video and whose vehicles you believe them.
So right there, it's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and Miss Reed's vehicle.
Now, as far as when those vehicles come close or come into contact with each other, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is concerned, what, if anything, do you observe like on Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle at the time?
There's some snow you can see on the back window here, the bumper and the windows here is starting to be covered in snow.
And as far as when that vehicle
The temperature today here in Melbourne is, I think it's going to be hot. Oh, no, it's only going to be 22 degrees, but sunny, which is, I don't know, someone. Like, I know that 34 degrees is like 95 or 94 Fahrenheit. So something Scott McGinnis loves Fahrenheit. The end. I don't know. It's a mild day here in Melbourne, but it gets hot sitting here under these lights. So
Vehicle comes close to or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. What, if anything, do you observe the snow come off of the car at that point?
I do not know.
Now, with reference to the back area of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, specifically in the area of the ground, as far as that
Thanks,
area on the
Jim.
ground, what, if anything, do you
71.
observe in
a
reference
very
to
pleasant temperature.
red pieces or any pieces of taillight or plastic or glass or anything in that area that you observed on this video?
So this area here is, you can see the white snow. There's no red pieces of taillight, which would show up in the contrast of the white snow.
No, the problem
You know,
is,
if you're running from there for a moment.
Trooper Proctor, the problem is it's because you guys smashed the taillight with either like a little crowbar or some sort of garden implement that was narrow. Again, Dream Feed Media, not a hammer, but I think they wrapped it in Officer John O'Keefe's shirt also, just my speculation.
Now, as far as the damage area that you were discussing previous that you observed in the January 29th in Sallyport, February
It is,
1st in
Amber.
Sallyport,
The
and
longest.
then the item that was just marked as evidence. What, if anything, do you observe in the right
That's-
rear
that's
passenger side
gold.
taillight area of the defendant's vehicle from this video?
You can see the inconsistent lighting. If you compare it to the left versus the right, there's a gap right there.
If what you observed from that video, does that appear to be consistent with what you observed on January 29th at the Kent Police Department, February 1st, and in the item of evidence that was just marked?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Thanks, Miss
Mr. Roberts,
Gilman.
we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, sir, you proceeded to 1 Meadows Ave for the first time on February 3rd. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Brent from Crime Team was with you and took some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Exactly, Reese. Don't talk and vape. Ozzy and I are doing. Oh my god, I'm dying. You might have seen Gabagoo on Twitter, the X. His name is Chris Patch on YouTube. He is a polycarbonate. Oh wait, I've got the right thing up. Fuck, it's moved. Oh, I'm dying. Here we go. LA says, when my brake light got hit, it crushed inward because it's polycarbonate, not glass. You'd have to smash it, then pull out the pieces. Exactly. The reason why I suggested, anyway, so Chris Patchy is going to be coming on and doing probably a dual stream or on my lot, or anyway, with Ozzy and I to talk about polycarbonate sometime over the 16 nights of Shorty. We're yet to lock in a date, but it'll be in the evening, Eastern, about 5, 6, 7, TBC. But yes, polycarbonate does not, it crushes inwards. You'd have to smash it, then pull out the pieces. Again, Grace Dream Feed Media with the housing of the tail light and the lack of damage to some of the casing part of it. She was reading a report by someone else about the tail light, and they posited that it was actually not a hammer, but something more like not a crowbar. Those things in the olden days when you used to be able to break into a car by putting that thing down and something like that. Has to be quite strong.
Trooper, I'm showing you a set of 10 photographs. Just view those, look up when you're finished.
Yikes. Google is definitely faster, and I don't math. I'm all about them words, not them numbers. I love
Trooper,
numbers,
just
but
generally
not
speaking, you
calculating.
recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
And Jimmy.
And what do you recognize them to?
Thank
The
you.
front
And
is the first
Jimmy.
picture is the front door of Mr. O'Keefe's house, and it's also Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Tom, I'll proceed to introduce and admit as the next 10 exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, James, yes. Officer Barros was the only true and honest police officer, in my opinion.
It's 5:45 to 5:57. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just have permission to publish just a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7752.
Chat, do you want me to go forward to, we've seen all of his lies. Do you want me to go forward to Alan Jackson? Patricia's leading the charge here. She can't wait. She can't wait. A crowbar. Yes, yes. One's in the chat if you want to skip through to AJ and see the fucking, but doesn't at the end of this testimony, doesn't Bev make him read it into the record in his own words? One. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, please. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ask and you shall receive, chat. What's this? I don't know what that means. A word. That's a word. 69. Yes, Taryn. Boom. Boom. Oh, my God. Sorry. Wow. That's fucking disgusting. Okay. This is thoughts and prayers. May the odds be ever in my favor. I'm not that good at the old slidey. So what about if we get to the last little bit where he has to read the texts in? I got to press play also.
Everything, FaceTime, phone calls, text messages. We're always kind of keeping each other up to date on mainly our kids.
Now, as far as Julie and Christopher Alberts, when did you interview them in relation to this incident?
Sometime in February. I'd have to look at my report for the exact date.
Sometime in, say, early to mid-February?
Yes.
And with respect to them, who, if anyone else, was present with you when you interviewed them?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you recall where the interview took place?
Yes, it was at their home.
Now, prior to this date that you went over to interview Christopher and Julie Albert, had you ever been over to that house before?
No.
Had you ever been over to any home where Christopher and Julie Albert have resided then or previously prior to that date?
No.
Had Christopher or Julie Albert, to your knowledge, ever been over to your house?
No.
Now,
look at him looking at the jury every time. Dirty paws.
With respect to Christopher and Julie Albert, and Colin Albert, will throw him in there as well, how would you sort of describe your relationship?
Oh, sidebar. It's a long sidebar. Ah, fucking fan. Oh, well, shit. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Just be mindful to step up and just remember what's going on.
You are unmuted.
Let's get ready to rumble!
So, jurors, before we begin, Mr. Lally, as you approach the podium there,
Oh, God, it's
when
so
I tell
loud.
you that I
Fuck
strike
me.
something from the record, I know I've told you before, that means you're not to consider it. Okay?
Nobody likes Proctor. Nobody likes him.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Wait, if it's the text, we'll watch. If it's not, we'll go.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, with reference to, before we broke, we were talking a bit about Julie Albert and Christopher Albert, correct?
Nah.
And, how would you describe
Nah.
your relationship, if
Nah.
any, between Julie?
Your relationship, if any. Okay. It's all lies anyway, so whatever. Oh, here we go. Is he reading the texts? Yes.
Right.
Oh, he doesn't look happy.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I said
You
cunts.
see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
Whack job cunts.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31,
Just tell us
2022
what's
at
in the
11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time?
Oh my God, Lally. Fuck, you're boring. Oh, sidebar.
proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper, if I can direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you.
Oh my God. You have one chance, Lally.
And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Nah.
No,
Sorry,
we're not.
Lally.
Then another response. Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I
We'll go from
respond. They
here.
arrived at the house together. Gone to an argument.
Anyone speak out loud or out of turn?
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor.
But
Your
An
Honor.
identifier of who's
I
speaking.
understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together. Got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
He's on my last nerve. I'm going. Chat. We can't. We don't want to. It's 2 hours already, for fuck's sake. Let's get to the good shit, right? Sorry, not sorry.
Is that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Nah.
Um,
Nah.
Without a doubt, he's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond. Yuri and I had two conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough. Should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications, or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that?
Nah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the ME is a medical exam.
Oh, Cyber.
This text chain between yourself, Trooper Kukowski, and Trooper DeChico.
494.
Fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m.
Office, it was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper.
Yeah.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain.
Oh my
is
God,
that correct?
Lally, it's so
Correct.
boring.
Now, 2 at 9:42.
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti. Appears to be from quite some time ago.
Ha!
Now,
The
turning your
shade.
attention to the next page, 2684.
Sorry, go with the date and time. You know.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
What
Now,
a pig.
with reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17, 2022 in regard to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to
Yes,
extract
Kirby,
any
ID.
data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches.
Nudes.
That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a
Nudes.
distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some text between an attorney and Ms. Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Did you though? Did you though?
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
Boring.
At that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search,
Womp womp. Cyber. Cyber. Sorry. Torture.
Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th, specifically.
Wait. Cyber.
Between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us as well as defense received a copy.
sound about right?
It sounds about right.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions. Let's fucking go.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions. Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to see you at
Boom.
sidebar so I don't interrupt
Sidebar.
your cross.
Sidebar. Oh, as if she doesn't, as if she cares about not interrupting the cross. Okay. Liar. Yes. We all know his nosy ass was reading. Yes. This is a lie. Karen said they hadn't texted at all at that point. Exactly. Vape, nicotine or weed. Mine, vape. Wait, just nicotine. I'm not a weed person. I used to be. All power to you if you are. It's just not my jam. Fucking stone cold sober. Aren't they supposed to do a round phone dump, not sit there and go through the phone? Yeah, he was just looking for nudes. You were most interested in nudes, friggin' high school boy. Yuck. Ugh. This is the most corrupt trial I've ever seen, right? Thank God. Patricia, you are so patient. Thank you so much. I love that you soldiered on through all of that. Yikes. Let me skip through. I don't know how long the sidebar is. Oh, yikes. Oh, yikes. Yikes. Well, it's a long sidebar, so just we're getting there. We're getting there. Karen's going, this is fucking shit.
Just before you start then, so we'll finish at 4.
4.
We're trying to figure out the schedule. There's time I'm going to need with the lawyers and witnesses. We're trying to work on Friday, but
Trooper Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office.
Let's go,
about 10
chat.
p.m.
Let's
at
go.
night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you were sitting there texting with your friends and colleagues at Massachusetts State Police about you going through her personal cell phone. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And that included Trooper DeChico. Is that right?
DeChico, yes, sir.
Yes.
Trooper Fanning, Trooper Buchnick, Trooper Moore, and Trooper Kutzkowski.
Kakowski.
Tell me that again.
Kakowski.
Kukowski.
Yes, sir.
All right, all the consonants are silent. Fair enough.
Let's get ready to
Trooper Fanning and Trooper Buchnick are your supervisors.
Yes.
And you were bragging to all 5 of them that you were going through Karen Reed's cell phone about 9:45 at night.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
No, I wasn't bragging, sir.
Oh, yeah.
How did you refer
though?
to Ms. Reed in that text exchange where you informed them that you were going through her phone?
I use regrettable language. I said going through his retarded client's phone right now.
You were shown a photograph
Awful.
of my colleague, Mr. Unetti, correct?
Yes.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Yes.
Same document. Your Honor, I think the court has the copy that I was going to use.
Oh, I thought I gave him back to you.
Oh, chat. I'm 11 off 2,000. I'm 11 followers off 2,000 followers on Twitter. Y'all. It's a
You
numbers
received a
game.
photograph. Actually, Your Honor, if I could,
You can. Whatever you like.
I would ask
Aspen.
that this document be marked as next in order. Assuming the witness verifies its authenticity.
So go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
I'm going to slow
I
it
do,
down
sir.
a little.
Same document that you were shown, copy of the same document that you were shown by Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Still Lally.
I've done that twice. Mr. Lally,
Correct.
All right. Is that a true and accurate reflection of the text messages that you were exchanging with
1.1.
Chris Moore, Jeff Kakowski, John Fanning, Vito DiCicco,
Oh,
and
wow.
Yuri Buchanan?
Too cocky.
Yes.
I'd ask Mr.
Yes.
Moore.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, Lily,
All
of
right, I'll
course.
see you inside on there. Have that.
Cyber.
Yes.
Cyber, you are muted. He corrected his MA accent with retarded. Did I get it? So many times. It's very annoying. Sorry. Thank you for slowing it down. AJ talks faster, so my brain. Yes. I've got it on 1.1. If it's still too fast, let me know. I'll go down to normal speed. 1.1. Of course, there'll be an objection, Terry. Of course. And of course, Cyber. Karen was so above these clowns, says Annie Ruler. Educated and articulate. Hard to bring her down. Well, look at her. Shh. They're trying. They didn't expect. Objection. It's bad for my case, Mommy. Lally, wake up. Do you object? Objection. Jesus, fuck Lally. Retarded. I got it. Surely. And don't call me Shirley. Proctor's face is objectionable. Yes. And his behavior. He's just in a total objectionable package. I'm glad we went through it because we're still at Cyber. We did this already. Deja vu.
Then I would ask you to give it back to the witness, please.
You are unmuted.
Again.
Let's get ready to rumble!
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, Trooper DiCicco had sent you a photograph of my colleague, Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, because of the technical issue, I'm not going to display on the
They have an Elmo.
May I display this hard copy briefly? Sure. Thank you. You see that, gentleman?
I do, sir.
Is that the photograph that you received?
Yes.
Is that what you referred to on direct examination with Mr. Lally about receiving a photograph?
Hi,
of
Eric.
Mr.
Good to
of
see
Mr.
you.
Yannetti?
Correct.
And then your response was what?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
Actually, your response was, I'm going through his retarded client's phone right now, correct?
Yes, after the picture, sir. Yes.
Who's the retarded client?
Yikes.
I was referring to Miss Reed again, unprofessional language.
I'm asking for who you were referring to.
Miss
I know
Reed.
You got an explanation. Who was it that you were referring to as retarded?
Miss Reed.
Karen Reed, the woman sitting to my left.
Yes, sir.
The subject of your investigation as a professional, correct?
Yes, sir.
As an unbiased, objective investigator. The person that you were investigating, you referred to your bosses as retarded, correct?
Again, poor language on my part.
Poor language is one way to put it. Completely offensive is another way to put it, right?
Objection.
I've got to sustain that, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, so of course you are. So Chelsea, I just got your DM on what's it called on Twitter, X. Wait, oh my god, and I just skipped out of it because yikes. So Chelsea sent me a thing about that Aiden put up from his Clarence Woods Emerson thing, Facebook. Hank Brennan claims to have found Chloe, but it appears as if the dog itself is not being produced. Sounds like we're about to get some trust me bro from the Commonwealth in order to prove that the dog bites on John O'Keefe's arms didn't come from Officer John O'Keefe's, didn't come from Brian Albert's man-eating dog. Interesting. Right. Hank Brennan. What a shifty motherfucker. Thank you, Chelsea. If you're still in the chat, thank you. I'm sorry I didn't see it until now.
After you referred to my client as retarded, then you decided to make a comment about Mr. Yannetti, her lawyer, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say about Mr. Yannetti again?
I hate that man. I truly hate that man.
I hate that man. I truly hate him, correct?
Hey, colors.
You didn't say I dislike him, disagree with him. You said I hate him, correct?
Correct, sir.
That's a visceral response to
Hi,
someone who's just doing a job, correct?
AJ's worth
Can I
coming
ask
out of
you
the lurk
differently?
for, huh?
Sure. Let me ask it this way. Were you upset or annoyed or pissed off that Karen Reed had gotten representation, legal representation, to represent her?
No, not at all. That's her right.
Unscruffy, Robin.
Well, let me ask you this. In August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I used absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used truly, correct?
Truly, yes.
Oh,
How do you feel
semantics.
about it now?
Same.
Sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
Oof.
I'll let it stand.
Oof. Oh, so-
Absolutely, sir.
August of 2022, you said you absolutely hate it, correct?
I don't know if I used absolutely. Yeah, I didn't use absolutely, sir.
You used
Oh my
truly,
God.
correct?
Truly, yes.
How do you feel about it now? You're sitting right there.
I still don't care for him now.
I'll let it stand.
What did you tell your colleagues that you were looking for as you sat at almost 10 p.m. at night on a Wednesday night, August 17th, 2022, looking through Karen Reed's phone?
I didn't tell them I was looking through anything. They knew I was going through Miss Reed's phone. I provided a inappropriate joke as an update. They knew I was going through location data, text messages, Google searches. But like I had mentioned earlier, I had to stop.
Except Trooper Proctor, none of that really professional sounding stuff ended up in your comments to your bosses, did it?
Again, it was a poor joke.
That yes or no?
Did not know.
It did not.
No,
As a
sir.
matter of fact, what did you write after you talked about going through the quote retarded client's phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Jackson.
No nude so far.
No
nudes so far?
so far, correct?
Correct.
And you said that to your bosses.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for naked photographs of Miss Reed on a Wednesday night as you sat in your office at 9:44 p.m., correct?
No, not correct.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever looked for naked photos of a male suspect that you were investigating?
I don't look for naked photos on anyone's phones.
But you said you were looking for nudes of Miss Reed.
Like I said, Mr. Jackson, it was an inappropriate joke.
Sir, this is a citizen. She's a woman. You were supposed to be
She's a
objectively
human.
investigating. Does your text message to your colleagues at Massachusetts State Police reflect an objective investigation of a citizen?
Objection.
You can get part of that question and ask it again.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Do you believe that your text messages were reflective of an objective investigator?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Do you believe that, Trooper Proctor?
I believe poor jokes have, in unprofessional language, have no bearing on the integrity and the facts and physical evidence of this case.
It's not that they don't have any bearing on the facts and integrity. It's that they have no place in a professional investigation because it shows bias, right?
Objection.
So I have to sustain that as asked. Go ahead and ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You weren't so much as objectively investigating Karen Reed as objectifying her, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Isn't that right?
Rephrase the question, please.
Oh my
You weren't
God.
so much as objectively investigating her as objectifying
Have a drink,
her
mate. Have a
in
drink,
those
mate.
moments, correct?
Wow.
Again, Mr. Jackson, it was a poor choice of words and a joke that I should not have texted out. But from the start of the investigation, we didn't know what we had.
And your Trooper Proctor, your point in saying no nudes so far to your colleagues in Massachusetts State Police was to suggest that you were looking for nudes and you'd update them when you found them, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Correct.
Did you find any nudes
Again,
of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
Did you find any nudes of Karen Reed?
I didn't go through the photo, sir.
You weren't successful in your quest.
I came across text messages from Miss Reed to another attorney on January 29th, so I had to stop looking through her phone.
So you got sidetracked before you could get to the naked pictures of Miss Reed. Is that what you're saying?
Sustained.
Of course it was the same.
To be
Hi,
clear, when you
Britt.
sent those
Good
text
to see you.
messages
Brit's here, yes.
on that group chat,
Brit's here, yes.
those text messages included, as we said, as you said, not one, but two of your supervisors, correct?
Correct.
Were you ever reprimanded for your conduct in sending that text message?
Yes,
Objection.
were you?
So that's sustained. Do we need to go to sidebar based on what you told me earlier?
Absolutely,
We do
Amber.
not.
Okay, so,
I'll ask it a different way.
okay.
Did either Trooper Fanning or Trooper Buchanan
Edward,
dress you down in a responsive text message?
Edward, I'm getting a vibe from you that you want to say that there's some question as to there being that the marks on Officer John O'Keefe's arms were from a dog. It definitely wasn't from Alexis, and it's the totality of all of the lack of evidence that that Officer John O'Keefe was ever hit by a car. So you're right. It's not. There's no bite mark comparison to check that Chloe did those bites, but a dog bite expert is without a doubt going to testify resoundingly to a very high degree of medical certainty or whatever, something legal stuff, that those marks are from a dog. So the bite mark analysis contentious stuff is using human teeth, and we've said this before, human teeth on a thing to determine whether that human suspect created those teeth marks on that human, on wherever. There's no debate amongst experts that there is a difference in the appearance of dog bite marks to human, because the configuration and the number of the teeth and the patterns that those teeth create compared to human teeth in the victim. There was 1 quadrillion% dog teeth marks, and I think claw marks on his arm.
In that text thread.
But we've moved
for
on
doing
from the dog
something
stuff, so let's
abhorrent
keep
as
listening.
looking for nudes or referring to nudes
Oh, Nick
of
Rocco.
a female suspect or subject of your investigation. Did that ever happen?
Good to see you,
Not
Nick.
that I can recall.
Thanks for dropping by.
As a matter of fact, in reference to one of the text messages in this same string, your boss, Yuri Buchanan, actually responded to the photo
Mandy Joe. Boom.
Mr. Yannetti.
Just in time, Mandy.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He did, sir.
I reckon you might be right there, Nick Rocco. More than one dog expert. Yes.
After you received the photo, that's when you said, I'm, quote, funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Is that right?
Objection.
Jackson.
All this, but not too many more.
Sure. Is that correct? It's on the top of page
Yes, sir.
685.
That's correct.
And Yuri Buchanan liked that comment. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. Didn't it?
I see you laughed at an image here, sir. I can't tell if he liked that comment, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know if it's just because it's faded or... Yeah, my copy's faded.
Top 2685. You can use my copy if that helps.
All right. Thank you.
Ooh,
What do you see
zinger,
on top
Reese.
of that page?
Zinger.
Sergeant Mechanic liked it.
Like
Those
what?
The going through his retarded client's phone, sir.
May I approach?
Yikes, sir. Saying sir doesn't make it better, sir. Definitely not Lexus teeth. That's all we're gonna say. There's no Lexus on the arm of Officer John O'Keefe. Like zero Lexus. Zero.
Yes. I'll take my copy.
There you go.
Oh my
To the
goodness.
supervisors of
Crystal.
Massachusetts State Police,
Wait,
not only did
Crystal, you have found your people. Time blindness. You speak in a language. Time is but a construct in a flat circle, and fuck my life, time, what even is it? A lifelong struggle. Crystal, welcome.
didn't ride you for making comments like this. He encouraged it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, this is your direct chain of command. Is that right? Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that
No
your
wrench for
conduct
Zach.
was a misuse of your authority and power as you were going through her phone in August of 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, I had a warrant
Yes. Hey,
signed
good.
by a district
Good, good,
clerk,
good. Yes, Edward, we're on the same page.
Stoughton District
Cool.
clerk.
You
to
had
go
me
through
worried
Ms.
there for a
Reed's
minute,
phone.
Edward.
I don't think it was an abuse of power. I had every right to go through that phone.
No,
Did the
no, you
warrant
didn't,
say anything
sir.
about looking for nudes of my client?
Objection.
Did it
Did it?
No, Your
say anything about that?
no, Your
Did it?
Honor.
Okay, next
He was
question.
very
So that would
sprightly
be an
there.
abuse of the power that was given to you by the court, correct?
Objection.
Right,
Sustained.
Mr. Hercules? That dog Lexus with the sharp car teeth.
Trooper Proctor, you'd agree that the hallmark of any good investigation, as you've been taught and others in Massachusetts State Police have been taught,
Of course, Amy.
is that the investigation and the investigator
Amy has a GoFundMe. Amy was recently diagnosed with breast cancer, and we are all here for Amy. And Amy has got surgery scheduled for the end of January, and so there's a GoFundMe account for Amy's new boob job and new boobs. So if you have got a few dollars to spare, it would be very helpful for Amy and her son. Any assistance is helpful right now. It's a pretty scary, daunting time on many levels. Financially is just one of them. So if we can help ease the stress there for Amy with her finances, that would be amazing, particularly at Christmas time. Yeah.
have to be fair. They have to be impartial. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that the investigation has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes, sir.
The investigator has to be free of conflicts, right?
Yes,
The investigation has to be free of bias. Is that right?
correct.
You can't be biased against the person that you're investigating. That would compromise the entire thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Oh, he's very resigned to that answer. Nick Rocco says, there will be more experts this time than the first trial. Nick, sprinkle on the gingerbread crumbs along the Christmas trail. Well, we got the scoop. Chat. Thank you for being here, Nick. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's
Basically,
amazing.
You follow the evidence. You're supposed to follow the evidence wherever it takes you, right?
Correct.
Good or bad, top to bottom, just follow the evidence and report it back. That's how an investigation is supposed to be run, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these are things that you learn early on at Massachusetts State Police Academy and then in your detective training. Isn't that right?
It is.
Literally,
There
it's
it
part
is.
of an oath that you took
Thank you,
at
Petty.
the academy.
That's
that you will,
Amy's
quote,
GoFundMe.
faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all of the duties incumbent on you as a Massachusetts State Police trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
You swore that oath.
I did.
Zach, guess what, Zach? I love you,
When you
Zach.
start an investigation, everybody in that investigation should be treated exactly the same. Don't you believe that's true?
Correct.
Everybody, have you ever heard the phrase,
Type
everybody's
something
a
else,
suspect
Zach.
until they're not? Right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's especially important early in an investigation before all of the facts are known that the investigator is not compromised by bias, prejudice, right?
Correct.
Most important early in the investigation, because that's when the most things are up in the air. There's the cloud, the fog of not knowing exactly what the truth is, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Super Squirrel, hi.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, you don't get to pick a suspect and then try to find
Exactly,
evidence
Super Squirrel.
to support your choice, right?
Correct.
But in this case, it's exactly what you did, isn't it?
Absolutely
Oh
not.
my God.
All right, Mr. Jackson, why don't we end for today?
Why don't we?
This is
We're
kind
not
of
going to
this
end
is
today.
Okay. All right.
It's as good as place as
All right,
any.
So
Okay.
folks, we're off tomorrow. Those same three cautions, please.
Day
Do not discuss this
23.
case with
Hang on.
anyone. Don't do any independent research.
Let me get to day 23. Oh, it's still in my ears. That's very confusing. Shh. It's in my ears. Yes. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do this. Just walk and talk. Shorties, walk and talk. Let me just do some quick stuff. Day 23. Oh, I didn't type. What am I doing? What am I even doing? There it is. We like court TV because, or compared to Law and Crime, day 23, only fan. Did I stop sharing? Motherfucker, I did. Never mind. Here we go. Zach, you be good, Zach. It's just fucking everyone gets a wrench. You get a wrench and you get a wrench. Only fan. Is it sharing? Yes. Excuse my throat clearing. What do we got? Full screen. We can do this. Oh, wow. And this, and then this. Walk and talk, shorties. How much fan is enough fan? Never enough fan, only fan.
First is Karen Reed.
Right, good morning, counsel. Good
Good
morning, Ms. Reed.
morning.
Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
Few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions.
1.1.
Please, were all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected of it.
Okay, it's going to get good, shorties.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Oh my God,
Anyone
Bev.
happen to see, hear, or read
No,
anything
Bev,
about
nobody
this
did.
case? And there's one instruction.
Oh my God. Okay,
Or thread. Okay.
trigger.
Clerk.
Oh, okay. Let's actually get ready to
Someone's
rumble.
going to the court during the case that
Let's get ready to rumble.
Good morning, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the.
Hi,
packet
New
text
Zealand.
messages
Hi,
with date
Janice.
stamps
Good
inclusive
to
of
see you.
02680, 02685. It was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why
I
don't
need a
see
white
the sidebar
claw.
on this?
Oh my God, sidebar. Okay. Zach, I can give it the power and I can take it away, man. I'm brutal. I'm a savage. Zach, this isn't your first wrench, is it? Sometimes you just need to give someone a little bit of encouragement and entrust them with some responsibility, and they rise to the occasion. Train wreck incoming. What? Me? I'm already wrecked, mate. What do we got? What are you saying here? There's a lot of love for Amy. Always love for Amy. She was only first chapter. I don't know what. Life? Gosh, I hope not. She was only 39 minutes late again. Bevy's hairdo. Is Bevy's hairdo a lob? Why, what's a lob? Miss Shorty. Okay, here we go. I promise to kind of behave and be semi-useless when it comes to working and taking out the trash. Kind of like a boyfriend. Well, perfect. You fill all the gaps then, don't you, Zach? Lol. Zach is a menace with the wrench. Well, I can, as I said, I have the ultimate power. What I giveth, I can take it away. Lol. Zach. Is a helmet with a skirt? What? Yes, exactly. Tareth, Zen. What? I'm gone delirious. Miss Shorty. Miss Shorty. I got some people out in Australia, mate. Who? Who do you know in Australia? Yes, I got you, Nick. Who do you know? Australia? Yes. Lol. Disregard Miss Shorty. We are wondering if Zach having a wrench was that like that time Donnie got a wrench. Oh my goodness. Oh, I miss Johnny. Is a lob a long bob? Hey, Kevin, as long as you don't behave, shorties. We are being sensible and very much non-screenshotable, right? I hit send. I do that all the time, man. I do that all the time. It's all good. Paul O'Keefe always have that dopey look. I think it's because there's not much inside his brain. It's like all he's got inside Paul O'Keefe's brain is just like hatred, seething rage and hatred and vitriol towards Karen Reed, which is absolutely misguided because just because. Thank you, Britt, for donating. That's really kind of you to Amy's GoFundMe.
Unmuted.
We did it. We made it through the sidebar.
Ma'am, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, Nick
One more
Rocco would have
matter of
proof,
housekeeping.
Mandy.
I have another
Wait,
set
oh
of-
my God, more housekeeping. Wouldn't they have done the housekeeping? I remember when they did this last time in the actual trial, and EDB was like, she's like, why do they just come back from sidebar if they just had another thing to do? Nick Rocco, in court, did you ever see Bev's shoes? Does she have snazzy, sexy heels to just totally like give us cognitive dissonance over Bev being in any way sexy? Dispel the rumors or confirm, please, Nick Rocco.
iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 25.
Vince Lover, same.
2545 I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have
One
any others,
comment
let's have
out of
them all
4
marked for
hours is
identification
fine,
at the
Taryn.
same time.
I think Jess Machado used to say that she'd be on Bev Heels watch, but yeah, it's kind of a chick thing to peruse, to check out chicks' shoes. If you're a shoe girl and you notice some good heels under that gown of Bev, I mean, you wouldn't want to look at her face too much, but if that's where you got to look at. Thoughts and prayers, Nick Rocco. Yuck.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp number. Next packet would be 2680 through 2685.
Steph.
Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single
Yes,
page.
good point. Good point.
2625.
Sorry, Nick Rocco, to put you on the spot like that. I'm so sorry.
The next packet would be
What was I thinking?
2662 and 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518
I bet he does too, Mandy Joe.
and 2526. Following that, 2618
Well, Nick,
and 2620.
I did not know that. Are you a hairstylist yourself, or are you just the business owner? Nick Rocco owns his hair salon. What's the name of your salon? Do you want to send people there, or is it like a protected secret, trade secret? The trolls be trolling. I'm sure. Yes, you are a hairstylist. Well, shit. I hope I've done my hair nicely then. Yikes, I got to do my blonde regrowth. It's tough keeping blonde, mousy blonde hair black, I'll tell you.
20.
Rocco's hair salon. Well, that's got a nice ring to it.
And 2634, and finally, a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
Nick,
All
did
right,
you
Madam Court
see
Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please.
hair talk? Nick, did you see Lacey's hair before she put it back? Because she was very tired. Before she put it back, it was so beautifully like styled as well. She had like beautiful not barrel curls, just using a straightener or something, soft, gentle around her face. So pretty. The blonde. It is very blonde. Lacey was here earlier at the start of the stream.
Thank you.
Patricia, you talk to Nick Rocco. We can work out a time. Fright wig.
Fair approach?
Yes.
Wow. Oof, Terry. Oof, Terry. That's harsh. You could just tell that it was freshly done, huh, Nick? Fair. It's 20 questions for Nick Rocco. Yes. Always supporting small businesses. It's hard to suppress it, Taryn. I understand it's hard. It's hard. I'm not even allowed to laugh loud because I'm sure that'll be misconstrued as some sort of attempt at murder. Threats to kill. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, yes. I'm familiar. Yep. Lovely. I used to live in Adelaide. There you go.
Remember that it's PZ through triple H.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys are going to let some feral out.
All right, go right
Let it
ahead,
out in
Mr.
one burst.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you.
Okay, here we go. Oh my God. Trigger warning, chat. I feel like this is trigger warning. Am I
Can you take a
right?
look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engage with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number,
So
correct?
good. I'm
Yes.
so proud of you, shorties.
So this is a group
Mod
text
squad.
or a group
Thank
chat
you.
with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, he did not ever
No, I
think
did
it would
not.
become public.
I want to take
No.
a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday
Yes, the man.
that you're
the
Chip,
man
is that
down by the
right?
river. Of
Yes,
course,
sir.
Andy. Of
You
course.
responded
Yes,
at
yes, yes.
10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe.
Hang
Is
on,
that
I
right?
got letting the dogs out.
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529,
Nick Rocco, another zinger. Boy, we are blessed. We are blessed to have Nick Rocco in the house with the zingers. Just want to make it clear the feds are still very much involved. I have no doubt, but it's nice to have some sort of relative insider confirmation. Thank you, Nick. Yes. And Nick Rocco, that warms my heart. I hope JM, Jennifer McCabe, doesn't sleep at night, waiting for the night they come knocking at Dark 30 for her ass. Yes. And hey, fuckers. He's a hairstylist, not a tattoo artist. Are you saying we shouldn't be fawning all over Nick Rocco? Come on now. It's like free Karen Reed royalty. 1000% sure. I'll fawn over you too, Jim Cox. We'll fawn over everybody. We love all shorties. Man, woman, Chloe, we don't like MSP shorties. There's no such thing.
you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Thank you, Joseph.
Yes. You knew,
Thank you,
Trooper Proctor,
Joseph.
that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you were
So
thinking?
generous.
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
ASAP
That's
Rocky.
as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Absolutely,
Correct.
Jennifer.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
I mean,
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm
Bird.
sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be
Melissa, it's
implicated in
awkward
any
how
way.
you're
Is that
still
right? And your
a
answer
member. That's awkward.
was
for
one
you.
word.
How you going, gorgeous? What's doing? How are you? You okay? You've stuck in for 3 hours. Good to see you, Melissa.
Correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no. Didn't you?
And Baker?
That wasn't the explanation why I
Hi,
said nope.
Baker.
I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner is a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh, goodness, the
Baker.
Boston cop, I'm sorry, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't
Gee,
sound like
lot
an
of love for
explanation
Baker.
for your
A
nope.
lot of love for Baker.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston cop.
why he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well,
Alan
he's not going to
Jackson
receive
is
any
mad,
shit, sir,
big
because
mad.
he had Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene.
So let him finish. We didn't get the finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was
Night,
named
Baker.
Albert.
Thank you for popping
correct?
by.
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
Right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him?
Nick Rocco says, if I remember correctly, Higgins said he went in the house. What have I done here? Wait, what have I done? Sorry. He went in the house quick and left before John got there, right? Going to be interesting when they pull up the tape of him showing up at the Canton Police Department at 1:45 a.m. Right? Very interesting. I love how angry AJ
Correct?
is. Not angry, just champing at the bit.
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? Do you see that?
I do.
And you wrote, no.
That's playing
Is that
the
right?
long game,
Correct.
remember?
Yet
Isn't it?
again, this
The
is
long
before
game.
11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence. My office uncovered that day the one shoe discovered at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital, Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who was hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises?
Indeed.
Ever?
Ever.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of the shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing.
Correct.
Pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you a question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever in your experience seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
Absolutely, Cheryl. It is tough to watch.
After you
Still
wrote
very
she
tough
hit him
to
with
watch.
a car, 5051 writes, oh Jesus, And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
That's fucked up.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes,
Your words.
correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No. I
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it.
Reese, it's all good. Seriously, that Mandy's just fucking with us. There was nobody timing out anybody. There's just, and then the confusion reigns in the chat that nobody's been timed out at all tonight. I don't think. Maybe. I know someone came in just before and then deleted their comment, but that's okay.
Did you mean by that?
Got
Thank you,
it.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your word. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Chat is
And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
Oh, God. Sorry. The dog's outside. I'm looking.
I do, sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T.
Nah, cat.
It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back. I'm sorry.
Hi, Rena. Good to
Hang
see
on a moment.
you.
Yes.
What did I say?
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton
Yes.
has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my
Yes.
understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all
My mods are
correct?
amazing.
That they had taken a step back
You're
from
just being
participating,
silly.
yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recuse themselves completely. Correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like
Good
Boston
night.
PD
Thank you,
was
Terry.
not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. (5051) writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Best mods,
Yes.
best chat, best
And
community.
Bird writes,
Lol.
something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
We're happy
I
to
did
have
not.
you, Annie.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated,
Deb's not happy, is she?
we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Right?
Is that right?
Absolutely
right?
not.
Ooh,
All
Bev,
the
is
facts and the
this-
evidence from that day on the 29th, and everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this
Look at
thoroughly.
Karen.
The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we? 5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
It's awful.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears and he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job
Hi.
cunt.
Hi, good to see
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
Oh, the hard T. I didn't mean to be smiling and waving, but hi. Hi, good to see you. And sorry, I haven't got the public watchdog. Good timing. Whack job cunt. Yikes. Let me go back. Well, shit. This is revolting.
Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
He knows.
From all
He
accounts, he
knows.
didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. Discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
That's uncomfortable, isn't it?
What else did you say in response to, she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy.
This is true, Annie, but the way it was said in that context, that's still offensive. The hard T, cunt, whack job cunt, particularly how Alan enunciated it, very much makes for an insult. But if you're a funny cunt or a sick cunt or a mad cunt, you're a good cunt, right?
Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
I'm not laughing at the context of the content of the text. It's despicable. But chef's kiss, Alan Jackson. If you listen, Trooper Proctor actually enunciates and says "fucked" with quite a bit of vehemence. But Alan Jackson just trumps him on it for sure.
Right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. The content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on.
Oh, wait. Oh! Fuck. Jesus,
thoroughly.
fuck, chat.
The question you were
Jesus, fuck, chat.
and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. Sorry. Oh, Madam Court Reporter. I was going to pause it. No, I was going to mute myself so I could clear my throat, and I accidentally paused it and then swiped it back in the stream. So you know how it goes around here. Oh my God!
Sorry.
Jesus, Lord have mercy, guys.
You decided that you were going to take another shot at it and talk about her anatomy as a balloon, correct?
Objection.
You wrote, wait.
Objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please.
Wait.
I don't recall the video he sent.
Oh my God!
Why
no,
did you then
where
share
was-
some sort of a video, correct?
Chat,
Yes.
help me out.
Remember that video being of
Fucked
the
it.
1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he
Okay, I was
sent.
here. Wait. No barking, you guys.
Let's skip to 2543.
Just pretend I didn't miss any.
On the same date,
Sorry,
February
chat.
2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote nothing, writing a
Every
warrant.
single one.
Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
I think I
Yes.
missed a
You
bit.
remember that video being of the 1980s band
I
Warrant?
missed a bit.
I don't recall the video he sent.
Fuck. I missed a bit. Buster, don't bother me. Madam Court Reporter.
And then you follow that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks who.
Okay, we missed that.
Correct.
Yep, yep.
And you
AJ
write
is so
F,
mad.
EH, right?
Yes.
543.
I'm a professional, obviously. Look at Craig in the background there doing his computer stuff on his tiny
Are you there,
table.
Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. And a person by the name of Doc writes, "Is that chick a smoke?" Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Misread.
And you write EH, right?
I
Yes.
don't know. I
And then
missed
you
a
write
bit. I'm so sorry.
nutbag,
Fuck.
as Chief would say.
Thanks,
correct?
Joseph.
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
I'll take any motherfucker's
Chief
money if he
Berkowitz.
giving it away.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky
Sorry.
balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a
I'm sorry I
balloon
missed a
knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Rectum
Your
area.
anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss
Very
Reed?
uncomfortable.
Yes.
You were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed?
This is very uncomfortable.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you follow that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You can get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
I've forgotten how uncomfortable this made me feel. You okay, chat? Is
Were
everyone
you
okay?
aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy
Kings.
surgery?
Hey,
Very
good to
serious
see
surgery?
you.
I was not, sir. No.
Were you aware
Good
that
to
she
see you.
had
Boom.
10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Fuckhead.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Oh
Objection.
my God. Okay,
Sustained.
wait. So Irene, everybody, Irene didn't watch the trial. She watched some of it, right, Irene? And then dipped because of the controversy and just didn't feel good about it. So Irene, trigger warning, thoughts and prayers coming into this spot in the testimony. So this is the cross-examination of Michael Proctor, Trooper Michael Proctor. AJ is making him read out and explain the text messages he'd sent into a group text, I think WhatsApp, but a group text thread with some of his buddies, work buddies, his boss, his supervisor, and his supervisor's supervisor, and Chief Berkowitz, we would hazard a guess. And these are some of the things he was saying about Karen Reed. So brace yourself. It's squirmy, uncomfortable. It's awful. It's misogynistic. It's disgusting. It's unacceptable. It's unprofessional. It's unforgivable. Hang in there.
But you decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. I'm sorry. That was Madam Court Reporter, by the way. Like, it's literally the worst part of the whole trial, other than some of the haunting, eerie stuff
I'm sorry.
and the medical stuff. This is
You
bad.
decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced
Diabolical.
to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see it. Sidebar, take that down, please.
Oh, sidebar. I was just going to go and put a trigger warning in the chat, but it's too late now because I didn't have my chat open, and we already had a trigger warning. It's a blanket trigger warning for all of this chat. Peaches says, "Feel for Karen. Not only could I imagine how livid she was, but embarrassed to have all her business out there like that. It's just despicable, diabolical, like unfathomable. Just, Lord, I mean, it's awful. It's making me, I don't know about you, chat, but it gives me a visceral response. And Irene, you out. Initiation by fire, Irene. Wow. And yes, I wear a mask. I am 55 and uninsured. I cannot be sick. Well, it looks gorgeous on you. You've got beautiful eyes and beautiful eyebrows. So you rock that mask, girl. You rock that mask. And 55, stop it. I turned 50 in July.
You are unmuted.
Oh, good. That wasn't even me. That was them.
Without reference to,
Take that down.
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
Another sidebar. Bev is big mad. If you remember, there is a big mad emote in the chat, in the members. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? Oh my God, I just went to Court TV by mistake. Oh, no offense, Nick Rocco. I just meant to go to my chat. Just didn't happen. Big mad. There, I finally did it. I finally found it. I worked out how to do. Big mad, even Bev. Even Bev is like, this is despicable. Imagine Lally prepping him for this testimony. I can't imagine Lally. I don't know. Do you reckon Lally's a swearer, a potty mouther? I mean, I know he's a butt ripper. Pokemon, it's like he's willing to take his lashes. Makes me wonder how dark these folk are. Do you know what, though? If he's as much of a kind of a narcissistic, misogynistic pig, this is nothing to him. He's like, he doesn't feel anything. I feel like that's probably the case. He's not squirming. He's not squirming and embarrassed like Trooper Paul was, that poor little fall guy. I mean, sort of poor, sort of. Ugh.
You are unmuted.
Yay, we back. Brace yourselves, brace yourselves.
Trooper Proctor, without getting into the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at,
yep,
it's fair to say that
49, baby.
Then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead and
Mr.
ask the
Jackson,
question you
you
said you'd ask.
cheeky
Then
scallywag.
without getting into the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Ask it differently,
Was
Mr.
there a
Jackson.
continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
Yes.
50. I'll be 50 on the 4th of July.
On Monday,
baby.
you indicated that
Good question, Patricia.
your
How
conduct
did you know?
in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? What you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
He rips the butts hard.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
That is the definition of integrity.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I remember during the trial proper live, EDB was like, she didn't love that Alan Jackson kept with his own definition because probably Trooper Proctor's was more impactful to comment on that. Hang on, let's listen again. As long as I don't slide it back to the stream again.
Of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
The
Indeed.
quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
I'd love to, Annie. I'll see you in July. Hot in Texas in July, right?
Right? Regrettable. Sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct.
Yes, James.
Is that what you're doing?
For those text
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection, Your Honor. Wait.
through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Sounds very rehearsed, right?
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed. Yikes. Yikes.
As the lead
Yikes, Annie.
investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that
Yes, Nick.
the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. It's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family.
Chat, I'm just going to go to the bathroom very quickly because we've been going for almost 4 hours. So I'll just let this play. But just so you know, I'm just going to do a wee.
I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabe's.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said?
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
I'm back. Perfect timing for Trooper Proctor to be doing a whole lot of reading very carefully, biding his time, taking his time. I did
There
do
you
a
go.
standout.
Did that refresh your recollection about
I
a
gotta do
question
another
and
one.
answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, they can approach. Oh, Joseph, look at you go. Thank you so much. Amazing. You're so generous. Love it. Thank you so much. Welcome to the new shorties. Hopefully the people that are in the chat got them and not other randos. Who got them? Susie Q, Clara L. Ford, Factual Lie, KR's Planted Taillight, love, Carol Engel. Congratulations. Welcome to shorties. Whoa. What else? Chat. What did I miss while I was going to the bathroom and trying to clean up a little bit of dog vomit that I've been sitting in front of for the last 2.5 hours since Buster did a vomit on the tiles right behind me. Fantastic. I love that. Yes, I think that Jen did give that information over, right? That's why he didn't know all the info, but he knew some of it. Just the kind of gossipy mean girl shit. Awesome, shorty. What, that I stepped in dog vomit? Because yes, I did. It was really lovely. I took a little bit longer than I expected because I stepped in vomit. Thank you. Thank you. Shelley babes. I'm a cunt in hospital after surgery on my balloon knot. Did I kill O'Keefe? Shelley babes, that's really shocking to see you typing those things, but it's very much in the spirit of the vile stuff that's being typed in by Proctor and then read out into court. Better than sitting in it. Absolutely. Pray. There are small mercies, Steph, small mercies. Joseph is so generous. Oh, who's here? Kelly, good to see you. Amazing, amazing. We're at sidebar. I'm going to skip through it in a minute. Jen is the queen of the mean girls. She really is. She really is. I love that. I love that for Buster. Right. I love that for me. Having vomit right there. It smells foul. Usually dogs eat their own vomit, but they didn't eat it. So I just have to sit here next to it. It's pretty fucking gross, to be honest.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the
The
question.
standout, yes. Karen Reed
Quote,
is
did you
factually
communicate
innocent.
with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know.
So, sorry. So actually, Shelley babes, you're in hospital at the moment? Oh, wait, let me go back and find your comment again. Okay, I'm a cunt in hospital. I love that we just use cunt. Love, just as a vernacular. After surgery on my balloon knot, well, ouch, and are you okay? And we're glad you're here. And I don't think you killed Officer John O'Keefe. Pretty sure that we all know who did. So that. But rest up, love, rest up. It's never fun being under the weather or unwell or incapacitated or recovering from stuff like surgery or preparing for stuff like surgery like Amy Boston. So dying.
Have relationships with
Objection.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no
Karen's
relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was,
did you see Karen's face? Oh, sorry, Karen. She still looks beautiful even on Dirty Paws. She sort of made the same face I did, but was like,
everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families.
Thanks.
Answer,
It's
correct.
cool, huh?
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct.
Speedy
Whether that's his
recovery. Thank you,
testimony.
Janine.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was, No.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them?
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, that's as if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts.
She does
and
have MS.
Sorry, members
You're
of
right.
the Albert
And I
and
had
McCabe
MS.
families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or
Look at him. He honestly doesn't think there's anything wrong with any of this. He just doesn't. He's been told by, I guess, Lally and perhaps whoever else, like, this is going to be bad for you. He was like, what? And he's like, what?
Beeland that you didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was
Prince Lover.
basically being like friends or you know, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted.
Wendy
Well, it
Adelson.
might have been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question. I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct. Right?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Just 1 minute, guys. Just
You
one thing.
indicated-
Just one thing.
The needs never come up.
White curve
Is that right?
is for the immediate
Correct.
line and
You also told
But actually, wait.
ADA Lally
Aiden's not going live tonight,
that
is
you,
he?
quote, did not have
Is Aiden going live tonight, or is he postponing his stream till tomorrow? If Aiden's going live tonight, tell me and I'll play the airport departure lounge thing.
relationships with, did not have relationships or know
I can't
members
remember.
of the Albert
My
and
brain.
McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship
Thank you,
with
Joseph.
people.
But what
Yeah,
about part of
I
the
started to
question-
play it and then I.
Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it?
Okay, carry on. We're all
You
here.
did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question? Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families. How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned,
I love you,
you
Patricia.
ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe.
Also, Patricia, I still haven't got an email. Just send me your screenshot and your address in the DMs on the Facebooks, and then I'll get that sticker out to you. Like, we're gonna make this happen. While I think of it, while I'm talking about stickers, if you would like wait, let me do my spiel. Nick Rocco's here. It's not popcorn, Nick Rocco, if he's still here. But it's hang on, wait. Let me just go back to this for a second. If you would like a amazing free Karen Reed sticker designed by me, it's beautiful quality. It's a good size. You can put it on your laptop per Grant Smith Ellis, on your car, you can make it into a magnet, you could save it, you could whatever, put it on your mirror. If you would like one of these, you just need to donate $10 or more to Karen's Defense Fund or her PayPal or Venmo. If you want 2 stickers, it's a $50 donation or more, you get 2, and a $100 donation or more, you get 3. There's still about 100 of these left. It was only 200, about 100 are gone. We've raised about $2,200, but it's been a while. It's been months. So help a shorty out, help Karen out, get yourself a cool sticker. Once they're gone, they're gone. And they'll be sent out to you immediately. I have helpers in the States. Taryn's a helper. Sherry Berry, who was here before, is a helper. Can't remember who else. There are other people. So they're ready to go with thank you cards and pink envelopes and that. So it's my Christmas wish to finish this fundraiser that I thought of myself. Cost me a fair bit of money, just saying. Tits out for stickers. Tits out for stickers. I'm not trying to show my boobs, Steph. Steph's got one. Haven't you, Steph? You got a sticker? Everyone's got a sticker. That. Do it. Let's do it. Now back to the this.
Cage because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way.
Yep.
How about if I just ask it this way?
Easy peasy, Joseph. DM me.
No, absolutely not.
Discord.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Alberts?
Actually, good point. If you've already made a donation, like technically I'd rather, yes, if you've made donations and you've got receipts, send me those receipts because we just want to I would like to do a new fundraiser. So with different stickers, maybe not 200 this time because yikes, cost me a fortune. And not the point. But it's just, I thought they would fly out the door, quite frankly. And it's been quite the slog to get people to take me up on my offer of you're going to make a donation anyway, get a sticker to go with it.
Family?
They don't have.
It's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
Scott's
No,
back.
absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't
Scott
know
came for the boobs.
at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
And it was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Thanks, Amber.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Oh, having a break. Not you, the shorties. Yes. I mean, I can shorties represent. That's a cool. How did you do those boobs? What are those symbols? Oh, it's a Y in the middle. That's clever. Steph, I feel like Petty would like that one. She always does just 2 brackets. I like that. Good. You're so creative. That looks like proper boobs. Kevin, the Sallyport camera. Well, at least I found what I remembered seeing. Oh, Lally wasn't returning emails and the lab closed the case. Oh, I didn't see the start of that. But that sounds good. I'm glad you sorted that out. Is Grant coming on your show next? When? Lisa, I'm not sure. Grant DM'd me last night, my time. I guess it was quite late for Grant, and said, sorry about that. Didn't expect that to blow up on you like that. I'm happy to still come on sometime. And I'm like, well, no, that's okay, Grant. I'm going to take pause to think about it because obviously I would really like to still talk to you, but I don't really need for the worldwide lynch mob to come for me, which is a shame. And if you missed the start of this stream, I did about a half an hour talking about everything and explaining what my motivations were for. Thanks, Prince Lover. My motivations for, my plan for, my thoughts on the whole last 24 hours. Spoiler alert, not mad with Mike from the Young Jerks, not mad with Grant, don't love Grant, but whatever. I just wanted to have an interview. I wasn't going to let him get away with bullshit, but we'll never know, will we? Because it all blew up in my face beforehand. So, boobs. Boobs have entered the chat. It was going to get there. It was always going to get there. What are you guys doing? The dogs. I stepped in vomit. Nick Rocco. Nice. Nick Rocco. See, Nick Rocco's learned a new, you can't get that kind of custom emoji anywhere else. You learned it here, shorties. Oh, hang on, I'll scoot. Yeah. Yes, watch the start. Yeah, I spent it was at least half an hour kind of talking about the whole situation, giving my viewpoint. And again, spoiler alert, I didn't I'm cool. Like I'm okay. The hate's going to roll on through for a while yet, and that's okay. I'm not engaging in the Twitter stuff. I really appreciate the support, and yeah, I'm not surprised. I think he'd be quite. That's interesting, Lisa. I think he'd be hard to deal with. I mean, I believe he's very, very neurodivergent. If there's a scale, and I'm very curious to pull away some of the factoids and the lies and see a little bit about what makes him tick. So that was my point. And thank you for asking. I'm glad people who came in late got to, because that was the elephant in the room. It was probably 35, maybe even 40 minutes of me soliloquying with my TED talk. And Joseph, thanks, man. You're the best. Let's skip through this forever sidebar. But Lisa, were you interested to hear what he had to say? Is he as much of the evil Massachusetts villain on a personal note? All the egregious things he's obviously done aside, how is he as a human, other than clashing with him? Because that's human nature, isn't it? We clash with people all the time. Love to hear insights. Chat has their tits out. Fucking love you guys. Yes, very difficult. His mother is a nut. The apple don't fall far from the tree. Yes, I can imagine. Well, that's really interesting. Thank you so much for sharing. I really appreciate that. And thank you for not raging at me, because it's been quite the 24 hours, y'all. Yikes. Okay, Stephanie, why are people in the sushi restaurant looking at me funny? Are you pulling your tits out? This is something. We all like boobies, but who likes cocks? Jim, zinger. I think that it deserves something like this. Hang on, wait. Do you want just applause? Yeah. I mean, cocks. I'm a fan. Absolutely. I am in the justice group under my real name. You are
unmuted.
Lisa Allen. Yeah. I'll comment somewhere. I'll say, hey, Nick Rocco, this is me.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
She says, read these texts. This is my shorty page, but I'm also Lisa Allen. ALLAN. Oh, great. Oh, my God. All of them, mate. From woe to go, Jim Rocco. There was a mesh of both. Yes, Jim Cox. I think Jim Cox has been using that one for a while, right? Guys, no barking. This is where chat generally goes. If you were wondering, it's taken us 4 hours, but we've gotten there. Chat goes fair roller. Okay, so Kelly says, interesting. It is kind of wild, though, isn't it? Like wild. And can I just I was just I did have some sort of epiphany, and I was going to say it, and then I've forgotten it. So it must have been either a lie, or it wasn't that important. I think it happened exactly the way it was supposed to. You have my support no matter what. P.S. Size 38J boobies aren't all they cracked up to be, unless you ask my husband. Jay's kind of big, man. Wow, how's your back? Your back all right? Are they that's your natural size boobs? Like my boobs are pretty big, but they've had some help, right? Yikes, Jay. Well, shit. Well, Jesus, fuck, Kelly. Some boobs. Anyway, let's get back to it. Boobs.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is...
Sorry, we'll go back. Let's have a little bit of pause for Grant talk. I think that I feel like, I have empathy for Grant because socially he clearly has some issues. And I think those social issues manifest in some sort of oppositional defiance, thing. I think he's learnt in his lifetime that being controversial and maybe making shit up gets him more attention than if he is just himself. And I don't know if he really knows himself. I have a feeling probably there's a lot of masking there as a neurodivergent person. I'm speculating here. This is all speculation. And I'm sure that my hey friends lurkers will love this, and they'll clip it and they'll say, here she is diagnosing people. Who does she think she is? Well, I'm talking from lived experience and I'm speculating. So love you. I think it might, I'm not giving him any passes on his behaviors or on his actions or on his, the things. He's very calculated and stuff. He's also a very beautiful writer, even though a lot of what he writes is full of lies and misinformation. I think he's very intelligent, but I think he doesn't quite know what to do with that. And I would have liked to unpack a lot of that and not gone into the unhinged Grant shit if I could have helped it. So yes, I don't know if he likes himself much, and I think it would be hard when a lot of people around him don't like him either, no matter what he does. Probably they didn't like him when he was just himself as much as he could be and not controversial. So being controversial, any publicity is good publicity, right?
Is also very indicated that your
excuse me,
sister is one of your best
Thanks
friends.
for coming to my TED
Your
Talk.
best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's your name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor, Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Yes.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Unforgivable. Yes. Disgusting. Despicable.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
What have we done?
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
Do you mean me, Reese? Should I be grateful when a person who doesn't have a PhD warns me that someone I've never met before is nuts? Isn't that a slur on people with mental health issues? Humor lost on me. I'm not saying that Grant's nuts. I'm not a mental health professional. I'm just interpreting some of his behaviors with my lifelong interest in psychology and neurodivergence and all sorts of things. I mean, I just was interested to peel away some of that facade and see what was making him tick underneath it, if I possibly could have. That's all. That's all. And Pokemon said she will. What does Scott say? Because there's no love lost between Scott and Grant, but he has to exist with Grant outside the courthouse every time, right? Good take, Lisa, in an odd way. Grant has been accepted by free Karen Reid peeps. He is comfortable amongst us. Grant got issues, but his mommy loves him and free Karen Reid people won't harm him. I think he's kind of misplaced. He doesn't really belong anywhere, does he? Because of his own actions. And on some level, he must be cognizant of that. Of course, he's not, like, he's a smart man. He just, like, so I was not going to give him a pass. I promise you. I wasn't going to let him run the show, but I wasn't going to let him navigate towards inflammatory, like non-pertinent stuff. I actually didn't want to hear any of his factoids. I didn't want to debate the facts of the case necessarily, although I'm sure it would have gone there, because I probably wouldn't have won because my knowledge is not as encyclopedic as, say, Tommy CPU or Scott's or many people. It's not nearly as detailed. So I'm more interested in all of my interviews in knowing what's behind the stuff you could kind of Google. Yeah, what makes that person tick anyway.
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Welcome. Thanks for becoming a member, Goodmans.
If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
Oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo.
Thank you, Goodmans. Mwah.
And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize
Oh,
the
wait.
participants in this?
Sorry, but
Chat.
this is going to be so. Reese, you're talking about other people, so that's gaslighting. That's people. So if people are saying to you, "Watch out for so and so," for example, imagine if there's people out there saying, "Watch out for Shorty. All is not as it seems. She is actually crazy and a horrible person." So you think to yourself, well, that doesn't necessarily, I mean, as an example, you might think to yourself, that doesn't seem to align with what I know of Shorty. She'd be doing a pretty good job of presenting a front in chats, on live streams, in person, in DMs, on social media, but okay, maybe. And it starts to make you wonder. And so, so people often do say so-and-so is crazy, which is basically saying, I don't agree with them. I don't like them. I want you to not like or trust them. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say she's crazy. And then you start to wonder. It's gaslighting, textbook gaslighting. Just as an example, I can't imagine anyone would do that, but you know.
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Yes. Are you
Based
serious?
off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this
She is
text
deluded.
message from Julie.
And she texts.
Well, she seems to come off quite erratic, right?
Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me, with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes,
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert,
Yep.
was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as
Sorry, I've got to pause again. So his outbursts. I would suggest that as someone who's autistic themselves, if he has certain sensory overload propensities where he maybe when he's out in public, right, and there's all the people and there's people saying his name and he's kind of infamous, and talking about Grant still, and perhaps he got up super early, because Grant does get up very early and go to bed very early generally, as far as I understand. He's got all of his conflicting social stuff, and then if something happens that tips him over the edge, then he's going to have a little mini meltdown, and that's what he has. He has little mini meltdowns, and trust me, I know what it's like to be judged for meltdowns. And not that there shouldn't be accountability for behaviors and words said within a meltdown, but it is very hard. And the meltdown shame is very real for people who know afterwards. They're like, oh my God, excuse me. Oh my God, I can't believe I said or did that. But at the time I was so caught up in the meltdown that I didn't really have any control. That's not giving Grant a pass on those behaviors, but it could go a little way to explain them. I'm just speculating. Shouldn't be. I'm not diagnosing. I'm just speculating. I'm sure there'll be comments after the stream of people going, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. I'm just calling it as I see it as a neurodivergent person.
as well, correct?
Yes,
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert,
Joseph,
was a
thank you.
witness,
And
correct?
thank you.
Correct.
You're so
And her
kind.
son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
That's lovely. You must have a kind of a fondness with him.
Zoom time.
Scott, were you here at the start of the stream, Scott? I don't have any. I mean, obviously you're your own man. I have no beef with Mike Crawford. I did detail it in many words at the start of the stream. We're good. It's all good. All water under the bridge. All learning curves for me, and it's all good. So yeah, I mean, I'd hate for your your not affiliation with me, but your enjoyment of being in my chats. And if you'd like, I can take the wrench off you so you doesn't like so that you don't be conflicted with that either. I can do that if that makes it uncomfortable for you. I know you're a mod for the Young Jerks and other channels. I'm not going to have Scott in my chats. Like, that shit's petty. But you do you, boo. You do whatever you got to do, man. Yes, the truly sick are usually narcissists, and narcissism is rewarded in our society. So, I mean, define crazy. Yes. I thought we were done talking about yesterday. Sorry, my intrusive thoughts won. That's okay. People are coming in late to the stream, and it is the elephant in the room. And it does give me an opportunity to say, hey, if you're interested on my full, less 4.5 hours into the live stream thoughts, more clear and articulate and succinct, maybe not 35 minutes of it. It's at the start of the stream. Watch it. I might even clip it.
Can we move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple
Thank
C
you.
as in Charlie.
I love you guys. It's a beautiful community we've got here. Oh, Lena, I have them all the time still. I had an epic one about 4 weeks ago. Turned my life upside down. I'm still paying for it. Thank you, Joseph.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Steph, I love you.
Okay.
Girl, I love you.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've vet out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them, correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Exactly, Scott. Admirable.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way. If I may have
Joseph, yes. Joseph, you know how you've been saying in Discord that you're not, that you are sort of 3/4 unaware of stuff and happily sort of not understanding of that. A lot of what you were seeing in the chat, I would, because I've got screenshots in that chat, were people who aren't necessarily loving me these days and took that ball and ran with it. And that's okay. Like, that's okay. Like, anyone can say whatever they want about me, and every human, every account looking at those comments can decide what they want to decide. I know there were some people like very firmly standing with Mike Crawford, and that's fine. Like that's great. Like, he has a very strong following, and I'm happy for him. I mean, the people who didn't like the vibe of that chat left, and the people who weren't so strongly didn't have such strong feelings about it stayed, and the ones, and some people sent super chats to celebrate. And that's all fine. Like, it's all fine. I mean, I got 500 new subscribers and a lot of love and a big learning curve. So I'm okay. fucking muted. Fuck.
You wrote a
Sorry.
report on October
That's beautiful,
12th,
Crystal.
2022, correct?
How long was I talking? God.
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report.
Yeah, but we keep it classy, Petty. We try. And when we don't, they
Do you
spring into
recall,
action.
Trooper
It's still
Proctor,
good.
ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
Hi, Kevin from South Boston.
I
You're
don't have the call
wrong.
detail record in front of me,
You're
but
wrong.
okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
Irene, throw snowballs. Oh shit, Steph, what are you gonna do? We got two Kevins. You wrong. He's a decorated dude. We got two decorated dudes.
You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
See, that's
Thank
few
you.
and far between.
There's a
Are
highlighted
you
portion
serious?
with the Proctor.
It's really like that's a really mature standpoint. That's that. I mean, I'm trying to foster that kind of response to this whole thing. Binary emotions on all this aren't helpful for any of us. Really, I'm going to clear my throat. It's all the cheese, I tell you. Cheese makes my throat go. Mike, Will, and Miss Shorty are all talented, smart people who have provided excellent content and committed support. I will watch and respect all three regardless. Thank you. And I applaud that and think that's the best case outcome, unless you feel, sorry, thoroughly offended by anything any one of us have said or done, in which case stand by your values. But if you can see it at its face and the content we provide, any one of us or all of us or some of us, and you're still enjoying it, go for it. You know, that's what it's all about. Not taking things personally, right?
Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call
Fact,
Julie
Amber.
Albert
I've known
about
you for
6:17,
years.
About 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that
Thank you,
conversation.
Tito.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
Sean,
not.
Sean.
Let's turn to
Their throat clearing is
tab
real, I
5
tell you.
one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677.
Thanks, everyone. That's the
Trooper
thing.
Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister,
I'm so sorry for continuing to pause the live stream, but we're talking about this, so I may as well. I said at the start of the stream, but y'all are coming in later, so I'll say it again. I actually have a Bachelor of Arts, a university degree in communication studies. I majored in sound and radio production and presentation. I never got to use that degree because I fell pregnant with my daughter, who's now about to turn 28, I think. Oh my goodness, I should know. 28, yes. So then I did, it was before podcasts were a thing, but I used to make podcasts. I was a radio presenter on a drive time 5 till 7 drive time radio show in Newcastle, in just north of Sydney in Australia. And I interviewed like politicians, actors, musicians, comedians, public figures and did serious interviews. Just because I haven't used it for 30 years doesn't mean that I didn't ever want to. Just life has taken its course. So I think people see me and they see me with my sound effects and they see me however they see me, or they just make an assumption that I'm just some anybody, and I am just some anybody. But I really enjoy interviewing, and I think it would have been nice to have a chance to not be piled on about it on social media, and to have been given some grace and a little bit of leeway, because that was a sabotage for whatever reason. I understand Mike's. I understand his personal connection and how triggering that was for him. I have no issue with that. It's just how it happened. And I like to think of myself as maybe a journalist or trying to be one. Give me a break.
Sister Courtney texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right?
Ha, 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 ha.
And then why? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine. Just a quick convo." Correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you
In
reporting
anything, ever,
your progress
ever,
to your sister
in any of the
about your
situations?
investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Oh, we're approaching. I can read more comments. I should have waited. Clear my throat. Yes. I mean, yes. Amber's like, snip that bitch. We clipped it. We do clip it because you just got to cover your ass these days, don't you? And obviously, 28. Who's 28? Good girl. Good on you. 28. I missed something. If I was 28 a long time ago. K-Fan. Is K-Fan here? Lovely. K-Fan. Scrolling. Oh, my God. We need a throwback Thursday of
You
your
are
favorite
unmuted.
oldies. I'm my favorite oldie. Lol.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm just
Objection.
me, but thank
Is
you.
that true?
Absolutely not.
Oh, 28. Yes. Yes, she is. She is 28. I'm 50, almost 50.
We've established that you're very
Coloring.
close with your sister, Courtney,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
You provided
love
your
that,
sister
Kate.
with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned,
stop
what
it,
your
guys.
status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact that
Correct.
it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Agreed, Super Squirrel. Agreed. So many reasons that
Matter of
he
fact, you
should be
discussed
gone.
who the players were, who
Gone.
the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you?
It's the
At some
whole
point.
Saturday Night
Yes.
Live thing.
Yeah.
It really is.
At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. This one. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Oh, so helpful, Bev.
Okay. Go ahead,
Catch
sir.
the replay, Robin.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a
Scott will, or someone in the chat will clarify, because I've been a little off the radar with a lot of current turns of events here, but I'm pretty sure he's stood down. Thank you, Nick Rocco. Boom, suspended without pay. There it is. But I mean, it's the beginning of the end, surely. And don't call me Shirley.
A homicide? And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believe
Before we planted the taillight. Kelly, unfortunately, everything then was on big rolls of tape. And I've moved about 30 times in the last 30 years. I'm not even joking. So I don't have any of my old stuff. Nothing. I don't have any of. I did a year of graphic design before I did communication studies, and I've only got two of it out of all the artwork I did. I've only got two of the things. I just have had to downsize so many times. But sure, we can do something. Something, like pretend.
believe that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Yes, Steph.
Absolutely not.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Neither, Patricia. There's
She
a lot
wrote,
of bummers
"I
in
would
life.
never mess
Eddie.
with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text, this is your livelihood, I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends?
Objection.
Oh, she's allowing it. Nick Rocco, how about the fact that the glass on Karen's bumper didn't match the cocktail glass? Mass State Police, Michael Proctor found glass on the street that matched one piece on the bumper, but none matched the cocktail glass. I mean, the thing is though, right? It was 10 weeks already. There's so many things. This is such a complicated frame-up job. Case. So many moving parts. Where it's like the ultimate choose your own adventure, and it just so many rabbit holes. I just think they had to choose their battles.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview him.
Exactly, Patricia.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then, mate?
And then you wrote,
Come on now.
it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
Yeah.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no.
It's only 1:45 here on Sunday afternoon. I did wake up at 1, had 3 hours sleep. So my eyes are very blurry and these ring lights feel very bright. But you guys keep me awake, shorties. You keep me up sprightly. And I had some government cheese, so I'm good. Be grateful I haven't had any gin. Because yesterday I decided it would be a good idea at midday to have a gin. And then had to say cohesive, coherent, clearly enunciated sentences for 5 hours with some of the best in the biz on a live stream. Imagine having had a gin, quite a strong one, when Ozzy, Lacey, Jason Broyles, The Glairer, and Turtle Boy were on screen with me. That was awkward. And I streamed for 11 hours yesterday. By the end, I was rat shit. Anyway, I'm still awake because it's only the afternoon and because of y'all.
I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem
It was
in
great.
this exchange?
Scott. It was so good. Such a good time.
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Should we tell him that it's actually Jesus fuck? 3 hours sleep. Yeah, that's about standard for me these days, Prince Lover. I've been only having about 3 or 4 hours sleep every night for about the last month. You know what I mean? Your girl's got insomnia.
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ?
Very
The
expensive.
party was at one of the
Yeah,
Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's her. The way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
You love it, Scott.
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of
I've
some
written some
sort
songs,
before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that
day,
Julie
Amber.
and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No,
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that.
He's mad.
the information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
Big stress.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
Danny, the see.
2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Sup.
Yes.
Sup.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
and you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one,
Get Elizabeth one what?
referring to a gift
So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
You're aware during the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
individual people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following?
67.
Objection.
Not often. Frequently, no. No.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yikes, Kelly.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
So, am I muted? No, amazing. I thought I was. Have a listen. When he takes that big sigh and starts telling it, I guarantee you that's like, oh, I know the answer to this one. This is one I've rehearsed. Let me tell you a story. So let's go back just a bit. Oh, his face. Ugh.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
This is for you, Denny.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no
Smoke
reason
one
to
if you
lie,
got
then
one.
yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from.
Kevin, not only is the Sallyport video corrupted, but you are corrupting this chat. I'll see what I can do. You need to have a certain number of members, and I don't know. I'd have to swap some out for what we've got. Despite all of the lovely gifted memberships from Mr. Joseph Kane et al., I think because those gifted memberships, people don't necessarily renew them, so the member numbers drop. So yeah, I can see what I can do. There's also a motion to have a Buster and a Poppy emoji. So that's 4. Let me check my phone right now.
Their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So currently we've got 207 members. A lot of them are gifted memberships. And I remember that when I was last able to put some extra emotes, members only emotes, we had about 220. So it's probably we need this is not a grift. I'm just telling you, this is not a suggestion or a hint. It's just a fact. YouTube gives you a certain number of emotes to put into your members only. And then when you get more members, you get the opportunity to have more emotes. So I can have a look and see if we can swap some out. Yes, absolutely.
Take a look at that. And first, let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Sure thing, Gingy. Wait. You like it? You need some smooth moves? Hang on. Not that the chat's going wild, and this is normally what this is for, but as you wish, sir. Where is it? This. I'm going to play it again, though, because it's lovely and it's not long enough. It's mostly when chat's going feral and everyone's been a bit hectic. And it's gone again in my brain. Chill the fuck out. Where is it? Oh, my God, there. So serene and calming. It really is beautiful. Oh, Kevin. Yes, and the more members there are, the less I can see people's names. And I'm like, who is that? Who is that? Michael Dots is a genius. Do you know Microdot sent me a DM of support yesterday, just saying, hey, you can have whoever you want on your channel. And that's pretty cool, huh? I mean, anybody saying that is cool, but, you know, Richie, come on now. Oh, Brit. It's funny, isn't it? We've got to laugh. We've got to laugh. We're just being consistently ourselves.
Mayor, Your Honor,
Yes.
is this going to be an accurate representation or an accurate
I'm
copy of your notes?
staying away from X
from
at the
your interview
moment,
with Juliana
Crystal.
Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I've changed my mind. I would like to have these marked as next.
I'm staying away from X at the moment because I'm being tagged and tagged and tagged. And I'm like, yikes. Right.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview?
It really was, Scott.
Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
Maybe later.
You then drafted a report memorializing
Played
your
at the end.
conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a form.
Also, chat, boys probably don't care, but girls maybe. I ordered some more tops off. I get these YouTubey tops off Shein, however you say it. Shein, Shein. And I was like, fuck, I need more tops. I'm gonna be streaming every day. Same old. So I went on the other day and ordered a bunch more. They're like, you get like 10, 12 for $100. So I've got new tops incoming. I can't wait for the haters to like call me a grown Bratz doll and tits and glasses. And yeah, so new tops incoming. We might do an unboxing or an open bagging after testimony.
A formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report
Yes,
is the thing that's
sure.
turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that
Sorry to interrupt again. I normally go on X only to like for the last little while. I've mostly only been like sharing my live streams and stuff there, and what the schedule is for Camp Shorty and stuff. But when you're getting tagged in things and you're getting notifications, you're like, "Oh, what's happening here? You don't want to know." I might even turn my notifications off, but then I might miss something. Like there's words of love and support there as well, but. Someone said that obviously will obviously this is a suggestion by somebody that obviously Will only stuck up for me because he wants to make sure that if I ever come to Boston or to come to the States that he's got an in so that he can get an in, if you know what I mean. I was like, oh my goodness, for the love of God, like shake my head. Seriously, man. God, what's wrong with people?
that were at 34 Fairview is Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report? on
It's
that
just
list?
one person. One person. His name's Richie.
Was
He's
there one
lovely.
name left out?
He's lovely.
So
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one,
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
I knew that was a possibility.
Did you though?
When you finally
That's interesting.
did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper
told
Zach
you-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Alan McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Alan McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then
Yes,
dropped him
she
off
should met
at his house,
Microdot.
correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Alan McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes,
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Ally McCabe, correct?
I was not aware.
Excuse me. So, Chad, it's about to go to the break, and then it's their lunch break. So we might, like, it's been 5 hours. Yikes! We might wrap it up. We will do the opening of the Sheen stuff because I know it's been delivered. That's why the dogs barked before, and we'll continue with this delightful chap, Trooper Michael Proctor. Sometime in the next few days, we might even, I don't know, spoil our Christmas Eve or our Christmas Day with a bit of Proctor. Yes, I'm streaming every night throughout the holiday period. So if you're around, I'd love you to pop in and keep me company because it's a lonely old time in my world at this time of the year. And yeah, we can hang out together.
The app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Ally McCabe were telling the truth about the time they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that online?
I did not.
Hi, Drew. Good to
Let's
see
take a
you.
look at tab 8. Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take morning recess, and I'll see council in 15, 20 minutes. Julie.
Not lunch. Morning recess. White Claw time, right? Hang on, let me just pause that in my ears. And with any luck, I won't lose our place in the stream for next time because that's always a little embarrassing when I'm having to ask the chat and Amber's having to go and find the last chat so that she can work out where we finished off because I'm a professional with mad dissociation. Amber's doing tweaker stuff through the blinds. So, dear Josh Levy and friends, and feds and friends, well, same, friends, friendly feds. Thank you, and let's finish the job. Free Karen Reid. Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. You know what? Free Karen Reid is justice for Officer John O'Keefe, right? Morning benzo break, right? Scott McGuinness, damn straight. But let me see what Scott said so that we can know it was damn straighting. Okay. It's too bad the jury had no idea that the feds were investigating all these a-hole cops. The jury had no clue how dirty they all are. Well, they still won't be able to know. Right? It's prejudicial, potentially. Am I right? Am I right? All one word. And then Scott McGuinness, damn straight. Unfortunately, there will always be those who think law enforcement are infallible. Yes. No, we have to be critical thinkers and have curious minds and question. Not everything is always as it seems. And what you are told by folks is not always truth. People have agendas, right? Would love to see a Microdots interview. Well, yes. Imagine the scandal if I did that as well. The salt, the shaking of the salt all over Miss Shorty. Yikes. It's like witness intimidation. It's like Shorty intimidation. Jokes. Oh, there we go. I just had to turn the stream volume up. Now I can't hear the neighbors anymore. Lol. Right. Thank you, Miss Shorty. Make sure you get some rest. Oh, I will. Absolutely. Stop chasing ducks, criminals, please. Yes. We're still talking about brown bread, butter, jam, and cheddar cheese. Sounds delicious. Yes. It's usually more prejudicial than probative. Doesn't apply to the fucking cops investigating. Yes. Steph has strawberry jam from Buckingham Palace. Oh, I'm doing a giveaway too. Not really, kind of a giveaway, like a raffle. I bought some things, some items, some Australian chocolate and biscuits, cookies, Tim Tams, so a jar of Vegemite, and a cool pair of shades. These are the ones I've got, but I bought a second pair for someone, which is a moot point now, no longer needed. So I'm going to put them all I'm going to make them a giveaway, and I don't know which day I'm actually going to do it, but one night this week I'm going to do a giveaway. Cool shades, bro. Right? They're very nice. They're like $90. They're good. I've got them in lots of different colors. Anyway, that's coming up. So it'll be like, I don't know, like it's basically I'm trying to cover my costs, and so it'd be a raffle. Like I don't want the stuff. I don't want chocolate. I don't eat chocolate, and I don't want the sunnies. I've already got 4 pairs of them, different colors. And likely if the winner is in the States, it'll cost me more to send it than I will raise in like super chatty things. Plus YouTube takes like 30-40%. Anyway, that's coming up. A giveaway of Aussie stuff, candy. I'll probably add a bit more stuff in there, like candy and I don't know, stuff. And that's coming up. Exciting. Stay posted. I'll make the box up maybe this afternoon. Going to watch the Blake Lively movie that just came out after this. Lovely, Crystal. That sounds lovely. What is it streaming on? Good question, Robin. What did Britt say? Britt said, I was back up here. Yikes. I can't find it now. I believe that people who are supportive of the Free Karen Reid movement are the best of humanity. Most seem to swear like sailors, but super amazing. Fuck off, cunt. I never fucking swear. Oh, thanks. You love the glasses. Thanks, Nicole. Good to see you out of the lurk. Yes. Janine feels the same. Shorty, ignore the other creators. They're mostly just mass holes. They will come around. Yeah, it's like I'm cool. It's just like it is like that. I understand, but also it didn't feel great. You know, like that's all. And that kind of thing conditions you to not want to try again, which is the whole point of that kind of pile-on behavior, right? Anyway, I get it. What the hell is Vegemite? I only know it from a song. Okay, so Vegemite is like this dark, it's almost black, savory, very, very salty paste that's like a spread, like not as sticky as peanut butter, but smooth. And you can have it on toast or bread. You just put a little tiny bit on. I quite like it somewhat thick. You can use it in cooking. It smells amazing. It's very Australian. Marmite is the equivalent in the UK. Always wanted to try Vegemite. Well, Janine, it's a giganto jar. It's the biggest jar you can. Hang on, wait. BRB. Let me just get it. I'll show you. I'm not going to open it but I can show you the jar. Okay, so this is the color of it, right? It's a gigantic jar, and yeah, that'll last you forever. You can have it really thick, but you don't. It's very salty. When I used to do bodybuilding and I couldn't have anything sweet, any calories, and like I'd get to the point where I'm like, I need something that's a treat. I'd just open up the jar of Vegemite and have fucking Vegemite. I'm not leaving you. No, and we're going to do an unboxing, an opening of my new garments. Vegemite. Yes, Vegemite. Oh my God, there's something making a noise up there. Very loud. Vegemite is a thick, dark brown Australian food spread made of leftover brewer's yeast extract. Well, I wasn't going to say yes, it is. It's delicious. No one's hitting. No hitting. Kids, no hitting. This. Genie movie. Yes. Okay. I'm on day 7 of no weed. Oh no, Nick Rocco. That's a tough one to give up. I remember when I gave up weed. Thoughts and prayers, man. It'd be good for you. It's good to not do it, but you know. Marmite is slightly different. It's a slightly different flavor. It's a different recipe, but it's the same. Okay. Just as a breast cancer survivor who also watched mother die after 24-year painful fight, please rethink the request for a boobies emoji. Well, yes. It can be both. I just don't have any. I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm proud of you and thrilled that you have survived ducking. And I'm so sorry your mother didn't. breast cancer is awful. Amy Boston has breast cancer and she's having surgery soon. So, cancer's awful. It's just one of those things. Okay, I'll check. Thanks, Patricia. It's not for lack of trying, Patricia, that we're trying to get this to happen. Yikes. USA has mayonnaise, mustard, and ketchup. Yeah, this is more like a thing you'd have on toast. Like you might have Vegemite, you might have peanut butter or honey, but it's a savory thing. We also have mayonnaise, mustard, and ketchup. Reese says, how long have you been smoking? I've smoked myself straight and want to quit. Yes. Lorna Amber says, I can't help but hear Men at Work, Land Down Under. Whenever I hear Vegemite, that song and Crocodile Dundee really gave Australians a stereotype in the 80s. Right? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Yes, Vegemite. Congratulations, Nick. The texture of Vegemite is kind of like smooth, not as gluggy as smooth peanut butter, but maybe a little bit thicker than toothpaste, which is a weird thing to say. I don't know. It's kind of like it's dark and thick and, I don't know, stuff. Floor wax. Some people are salty enough they might not need Vegemite. Good one. How are you feeling, Nick Rocco? Good point. When the vices strike back. How rude. I know, giving up my drug of choice is just very rueful, and I hate being an adult and having to be sensible about that shit, but it is what it is, Are you sleeping better or worse, Nick? Good questions here. Nick. No. Oh, my goodness. So Nick says 15 years. I have a rare condition called cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Thank you, CHS. It makes you puke uncontrollably until you. Oh wow, man, that's some commitment to the weed. Goodness gracious, Steph, you want a sample? I'll put some in. I'll see. Maybe win the whole thing, man. I lost 2 passwords. It's been hard. I'm not going to lie. I just angry all day. It really sucks. Yes, the resentment of having to quit on something that like you're addicted to, and that I guess maybe you enjoyed it. Did you? I'm not sure. By the end of addictions, usually it's got a hold on you, and you're not that keen, right? So yeah, that sucks. But you're doing it, and we're proud of you, Nick Rocco. We are proud of you. Crystal says, that sucks, Nick, but I get it. The same reason I had to stop. I got sick from it. Yes. Google it, Nick says. Google it. Sorry, Nick. Nick, I had to quit because I left New Jersey and moved to a state that's illegal. Then I had to treat monthly for the past year of my job. Do you mean get tested? 30 years sober, says Kelly. Quit binge and blackout drinking when I was 24. I am grateful for every single day. Bravo. Look at you go. Look at you all go. I was introduced to Miss Shorty when she was a guest on Calling All Beings. I liked her immediately. Oh, thank you. That was ages ago now. That was ages ago. It was Nurse Kim, me, Sean on the Golf, Mazza, and DJ. I think there was 5. Me, Kim, Mazza, Sean, and Peter Murphy. Excuse me, Peter Murphy. Cool panel. Here we go. Fun fact. Marmite was invented in the late 1800s by a German scientist named Jesus von Liebig, when he discovered that leftover brewer's yeast could be concentrated and eaten. Because if you can't get all the salt in your diet, here, have some concentrated stuff. It smells delicious. You'll get over the hump soon, Nick. Yes. A lot of people have never heard of CHS, but I can say it's real. Well, we believe you. Vegemite is from Australia, although factoids, Kevin, zinging it out. Also available in the UK. We have Marmite here, but it's in like the import section. And also a thick black yeast extract spread. The difference is that Vegemite has added flavors like vegetables and spices. That makes sense because Marmite to me tastes a little bland. So there. God bless. Same. She was on Aussie Insider. Really? When? Was I? Oh, with Nurse Kim. Was that only how long? No, Prince Lover. That wasn't that long ago. Congratulations, Kelly, dear. I'm sorry, ducking. Humor is my coping mechanism, says Steph. I've had 2 people in my family die from breast cancer. I forgot that I take light of things that others may not, and I apologize. We all have our ways of coping with things. A lot of us cope with heavy shit with humor. Would it be weird of you if the Christmas holiday weather was cold? I can't imagine it hot. Well, it's all I've ever known. It's what I've grown up with. We have a varying range of temperatures, anywhere from kind of quite cool and like, oh, this doesn't feel like summer, to really hot, like super hot, like 95, 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The funny thing about Christmas in Australia is that although the weather is hot or warm, summer, the decorations and the vibe is generally still very northern hemisphere. So we have like fake snow and icicles and decorations that are very northern hemisphere themed. So that's what's kind of weird. Our culture is very much super saturated in US culture. So we know everything about you guys, mostly a lot of stuff, and it doesn't go the other way so much, which is fine. Nick Rocco. I work with someone who gets hives from it, even just the smoke. Yikes. Nick. Hey, Nick, 21 days is the magic number for weed to be out of your system. After that, it's mind over matter. Minds are very fickle, right? Oh, Heather. Hello. Don't you dare swap out the cunt emoji. I reckon that's what it's going to say. She ran out of characters, guaranteed. Sure, girl, whatever. It's all good. Take light wasn't the right words either. We understood. We got you. We got you, Steph. It's good words. Nick, I've never heard of this. Hi, Heather. Heather, try this. Oh, Taryn's still here. Lisa says, Nick Rocco, I've never heard of that. I'm so sorry. How often does it happen? Like every time you have weed? What about if you have gummies, Nick? Does it make a difference? Is it just it's the cannabinoid part of it, right? Can't. Oh, motherfucker. The shock and horror of not being able to use the cunt emoji. Wow, that sucks. Kevin says, Nick, I smoked at least an ounce of weed a week and very often more for over 10 years. I quit cold turkey with little difficulty. Well, Kevin, that's just being like, that's just bragging. Yes. If you say rise up lights, razor blades. Are you in Publicly Buzzed, Ivana? Because Steve from Publicly Buzzed always wants to try to work out how to say razor blades. Razor blades. Oh, Nick, I'm sorry, man. Reese, not sure. I've never seen him with that reaction. Sometimes once a month. So it's not every time you smoke, just occasionally, so it can hit you out of the blue. Yikes. Kelly, are all 27 of those kids yours? Test monthly. A lot of love for Nick Rocco. Thoughts and prayers about the weed. You can sing that, shorty. Okay. Can you take edibles, Nick? Nick, oh, wow. I've heard prisoners rub Vegemite into their wounds like a drug. I haven't fact-checked that one. I mean, maybe. Hi, everyone. Hi, Forrest. Good to see you. We're just like rambling on now. I'm just lost my ever-loving mind. Haha, I lose track of shows I modded or appeared on. I don't ever even want to go back and time to even see. I mean, yes, there's something you'd rather forget, aren't there? Yikes. Reading. Snow-themed Christmas merchandise in Australia. Right. We do have some Aussie stuff. And I've also, this is my mouse pad here. And it's like, I love llamas. So this is like, it says, fa la 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 llama. It's just a tea towel that I put my mouse on because I put a towel on my bench top to stop the fucking echo, which doesn't help. I just got a new microphone. I got a microphone and a soundboard, but my brain, too many hours of streaming yesterday. I could not even think of it. What did that say? Something about when it's a hot Christmas day, it can be hard to eat a hot Christmas lunch. Right, because the tradition of decorations also flows through. It's starting to change a little bit now, but people still want to have a full, like a Thanksgiving dinner. On on Christmas Day, which is silly, trying to cook all that in the oven and shit. Ditto says, I live in South Texas. We rarely have a cold Christmas. Oh, Golden Gay Times are amazing. They are so good, iconic, so good, so good. And I presume that you're putting innuendo in that also. If you're wondering, chat, a Golden Gay Time is like a, what would you guys call it? We'd call it an ice cream on a stick. And then it's ice cream, which got like a caramel, no, maybe honeycomb ice cream with vanilla in the middle, I think. And then it's got biscuit, like soft biscuit crumbs on the outside. Oh, so good. Iconic. So good. Now I want one too. Hi, Romy. Good to see you. We're still rabbiting on here. It would take 45 days to get weed out of my system to pass the test. Well, sir, that sounds like a long-term commitment that I don't think you're ready to take just yet. Reese is in South Oklahoma. It's pretty warm. Hi from Arizona. Hi, Catherine. That has to be so weird. Talk about gaslighting. Well, not for us. Oh, you mean about the Northern Hemisphere vibe with the very Australian heat? Like, hang on, wait, let me change off this. Let me just give me a minute. Chat. I'll change out the fucking backgroundy thing. Where is it? Oh, can I? I'm on the wrong StreamYard changed its screens. I can't even see things anymore. Like I never could, but what am I looking for? Here, this background. Here, Australian Christmas. Yay, Australian Christmas. That. Oh, it's interesting. It's very busy. Steph, girl. Thanks, babe. Love ya. Welcome, new member. Wait. Nerd, Amber. Oh, yeah, I was going to ask, do your Santas have on snowsuits? Yes. No, there are some hilarious Santas, like surfing Santa and board shorts, and we call them thongs, flip-flops, yes. There are some, but no, generally in the shopping centers, the malls and all of that, it's your traditional poor old Santa in a full velvet suit with the full fake beard. Not ideal. We adhere to the US culture or the Northern Hemisphere culture very heavily. Nick tried gummies. I didn't get sick for 7 months, but when I got sick, I was in hospital for 7 days, man. Golden Gay Time sounds like a golden shower between dudes or something. A resting bitch face comes in with a zinger. They're very delicious. There's nothing urinal. There's nothing urine about them. The name, I can't imagine why, of all of the politically correct names of products in Australia and I guess probably in the States that have been changed, that Golden Gay Times is still called Golden Gay Times. It's only a matter of time. It really can be. You can buy freeze-dried Golden Gay Times, girl. Sounds good. Heather says, RBF, family parties for you, time blindness, and the world's longest shower for me. Heather Taylor, were you dissociating so very hard? Oh, Cherie's in the house too. Oh yeah, my mum set the Barbie on fire when she was cooking the pork. Let the Golden Gay Time begin. Nicole says, I'm a new sub. I've been watching your streams occasionally, but decided to subscribe after yesterday's debacle. You represent women well, shorty. Much respect. Thank you, Nicole. Well, thank you. That's really kind. Coming up against it feels like a very male-oriented, like a male-heavy world, and that felt a little bit like guys kind of coming after the woman. That's nice to know. I'm not gonna say like, poor me, I'm a woman, but that's nice. Thank you. Kelly Gribben says that was a wedding picture with just my children, +3 bonus, +6 grandchildren. Oh, is that what someone said? I like your 27 children. Ivana, my blood type is THC, lol. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. That's so funny. The Aussie Manger has kangaroos, sheep, kookaburras, and a dingo. A dingo took my baby. Time blindness. Have you not heard of time blindness? Oh, we're going to do a stream on time blindness sometime. It's the devil. Time blindness is the devil. So often neurodivergent people have something called time blindness. Me, hi, I'm a neurodivergent, where we have no concept of time and a propensity to get lost in tasks and lose track of time and have some issues with time management in terms of properly calculating how long it will take to do the things you know you need to do, even when they're a routine that you do every day. Like I almost or am a little bit late every day of my life for work. Like it's a lifelong struggle, and people think that you're being rude and that you have no respect. And no, it's trust me, and that you're not aware. Like, man, I am trying so hard. Time blindness. We'll do a stream on it. It's like it's really important. It's really helpful to know that sometimes people might be late for things or perennially late, and or not able to sort of structure their time with their executive functioning to get their shit done in an appropriate amount of time. And maybe it's because our brains are different. It's definitely because of that. No, chocolate hobnobs. No idea. They sound nice. Jim Cox would like chocolate hobnobs, I feel. That sounds like it's going to sting, Petty. Yes, helps. Rub Vegemite on mouth ulcers. Helps sting. Helps. Stings like a bitch, but helps the healing process. Yes, because salt water helps wounds and things heal. That makes sense. But yikes. Santa only goes there for a quick minute. He lives in the North Pole, so he should have his suit. Exactly. Yeah, Cherie, we have to be on a mission to find freeze-dried Golden Gate times. LA says, I had one client who was a heavy weed smoker and obese. He was court-ordered to take my class and get constant testing. It took him almost 90 days for a zero. I believe him because his numbers steadily decreased. Wow. So do you think it's because of his body mass, his BMI? Interesting. Hey, Mozzie 66. Oh, wow. Jarvis Bay. That's beautiful. I grew up in Newcastle all my life until I was about 36. Hi, Mozzie. Another Aussie here, just subbed after hearing all about you on the Glera. Merry Christmas from the beautiful New South Wales South Coast. Beautiful. Hi, welcome aboard. We're just shooting the shit now at sort of 5.5 hours into a stream. But come along. There's streams every day. We take things seriously. Not right now. We just don't take ourselves too seriously. And we're a family. Lawn thongs. I love Australian Christmas. How clean how clean are you after the world's longest shower? She probably didn't do any actual cleaning. She just stood there and zoned out. I know that, Heather. I know that. Wait, freeze-dried? So I could have one mailed to me. It seems like maybe yes, Jim Cox. Leave it with me. I'll Google it. I'll forget. Someone's going to have to remind me. Notice Nurse Kim is from here and will tell the men off in a second. Yes, I will too. It's just that I'll say it. You haven't been here much, are you serious? I'll be calling people out left, right, and center, and then generally having to go, oh, sorry, my bad. Okay. Does Vegemite make you younger? I'll take younger over smarter at this point. It's full of vitamin B, not D, vitamin B. So it's good it's a good thing to have in the morning on your toast. Oh my God, dying. Wait. Vapes are good for you, I swear. Because they're full of vitamin B, yeast extract. So Vegemite is not a they. Time blindness is horrible. For me, time blindness is my least favorite ADHD symptom because it affects every aspect of my life. Thank you, LA. And people are like, she doesn't even care. I'm like, she's not even aware. I'm like, man, I'm so aware. I've got clocks everywhere. I know how long it takes me to do everything. And I'd be on time before I understood what time blindness was. I'd be on time as my New Year's resolution. You just got to really it's exhausting to always have to be aware of the time and still fuck it up. Hey, Forrest, thank you so much. Wow. Thank you, Dr. Russell, for the win. I think she wants to, they, Dr. Russell. Well, it's Dr. Marie Russell, ma'am. Apologies. And let me get the soundbite. So let's see if we do it. Let's up loud to this one. This one.
I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away. Shit.
Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. I was time blindness yesterday watching Aussie's show, right? Well, I had time blindness today. We were streaming. I was like, yeah. I mean, I TED talked for about the first 30, 40 minutes of the stream about the whole last 24 hours. And so go back and watch that if you haven't already, because I think I explain a few things about what my intentions or my wishes or my thoughts processes were for wanting to have Grant on my stream, on my channel, and certainly make it pretty clear that I don't have any problem with Mike Crawford and any beef with anybody. We're good. I'm good. All I've gotten is love, a little bit of hate, but I'm not absorbing that, you know. I had friends for dinner last night. I left myself 20 minutes to clean the bathroom, vacuum, and put a bra on. Yikes, Wadia. You don't want to try fairy bread? It's just sprinkles. Sprinkles on bread and butter. Fucking delicious, man. Sort your shit out. Fairy bread. Thanks for us for the gifted. Thanks, Scotty. Fairy bread is the best. Out and about with Diane. Hey, I love your logo. And hi. Petty. Can we wait? What? Can we get that sounds like it's going to need some ointment, man. You might need to put some Vegemite on that. I don't think you can. This is Vegemite. I don't think you can. You might be able to find an import somewhere. I don't know. We could start an import-export business. Vandalay Industries. Throwback. Petty. I did not know about the Vegemite on mouth ulcers. We'll remember that. Me either. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, body fat stores. Gosh, I'm so far behind in chat. Jesus fuck chat. I only muted myself once tonight, though. What is time? It's just a construct. I do not subscribe to the theory of time. I refuse. I'm just scrolling through a bit of chat, so sorry if I miss anything, but I'm like 65 years behind. Oh, Heather Taylor smells lovely. Beautiful. Yes, the shame of constantly being late brings me so much shame, especially as a mom. People think that you can't get your shit together, and it's kind of true, but it's not for lack of trying. It's when, I don't know about you, LA, but are you ever sitting, lounging around doing nothing? Like, I fucking wish. Man, it's because I'm trying to do too much. Yikes, I'm missing. Word, we'll do it. I have alarms for my alarms, yeah. That's it. We'll do it again. Ready. Hey, what about this? Sorry, Nick Rocco. Trigger warning, Nick Rocco. Oh, I don't know if the link will show up. Should we drop it in Discord? Oh, in Discord. Yeah, wait. Steph or someone can. Oh, wait, I could probably do it. Fuck. My brain's pretty fried. I was already halfway through a gin yesterday at this time, which was a poor choice, poor decision. There it is. Thanks, Cherie. Whoa, wow. Oh my God. Sorry, chat. Just getting carried away with let me copy this. I'll pop it into chat. Copy link. If you want to try it, maybe you can get them in the States. I don't know. Are we still live? Oh, yeah, we are. Fuck, imagine if we weren't. Lol. I'm a professional. This is where it all goes to shit, chat. I just forget that I'm live streaming. It's still 126 of you here. God, you're desperate tonight because there's no Aiden. I'm so sorry. I mean, there's certainly not 5,000 people here either. Nice. Thank you, Cherie. That's awesome. Okay. Scrolling. World market, the black market, literally because it's black. LOL. Vagina. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you guys. Zach. Like the number of times, 3 times, the number of times in my life where I've looked at the clock, and I'm looking at the clock all the time. And then I've gone and done stuff. So productive. So many things, doing the things. And I'll glance at the clock again, literally expecting it to be 3 minutes have passed and 3 hours have passed. And I'll be like, what? Like literally cannot believe it. It's mind blowing. Wild. It's devastating. I think vagina, vagin. I don't even know how to say it though. Vagin tight. Imagine the graphics to go with that one. Blue waffle? Yikes, don't Google it. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Constantly running around doing stuff, often with little to show for it, right? ADHD is a blessing and a curse. Time blindness sucks fucking hairy grandpa balls. Fairy bread is the shit. I cannot remember what decade shit happened in. Mate, I can't remember the last 4 weeks. Seriously. What? What's happened? Vagina mite and penis paste. Yes, thank you. Are you 7? Are you a 7-year-old boy, Petty? Yes. 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 I do notice that ADHD seems to be a superpower for YouTubers. ADHD YouTubers, Runkle, EDB, Laura Lumber, Boozy, Shorty, Turtle Boy, Megan Fox. Yep. I'm kind of, I can get easily overwhelmed, but I'm all good with everything going on. There's times when it gets to me to the overwhelm, like I start like going like loading, buffering, like what? But not always, not often. What do we got? You guys are chatting like crazy. I love it. Some people are dipping. Heather says, but RBF had said that she had family parties to attend and they made her miss streams. I was meaning to relate that to me missing stuff right now due to the shower you took. Patricia, have you Googled it? Don't, but I feel like there's photographic evidence. So I'm really shiny now. Hang on, I'm just going to block my shine. It might only be 22 supposedly, but I'm shining like a motherfucker. Hang on. You're getting real shorty at the end of this. I bet you the trolls will fucking love this. Clip it, bitches. Love you. They're like, what's she going to say? Nothing. In Arizona, we have Trader Joe's. I get my German spices. German spices. Hey, look, I've got to the bottom of the chat. Whoa! Whoa! Amazing. Hey, I'm going to get my parcel. Do you want a song? Do you want me to put a song on? What do I think? Applause. I'm applauding that we got to the end of the chat. Miracles do happen. Vagina mite. Yep. And peanut butter. Penis butter. Wait. Whisker biscuit. What? What's a whisker biscuit? Whisker biscuit. It's got a nice ring to it. Hang on. I'll have to put my fucking earbuds in again. Sorry, my cursey words are all coming out. So I write songs, I write lyrics just lately, last month. Scott loves my music. He fucking loves AI music. I write music and see full playlist. Let me choose a song. I'm going to put Free Karen Reid on. Oh, it's very long. It's not that long. It's 4 minutes. Chat? Oh my God, now my earbuds say no. Whisker biscuit. Nobody cares. I'm not even going to put a song on. Hang on, I'm just going to the front door. Wait. Oh, I'll put a little. Hey, I know what I put on. This is actually kind of very. Yes, wait. I wrote this one using I wrote one of the. Oh, it was about a month ago. I wrote down a few key phrases from a Friday night Feral Depp v. Heard live stream. We weren't as off the rails as we had been the week before, and surprising that we went off the rails at all because it was a dark day in Camp Shorty that day. Anyway, and I jotted down some delightful phrases from chat and turned them into a song. This one's only just under 2 minutes. I'll just go and get the parcel from the front door. Wait.
Don't speak too soon. Let's leave us some room. We reserve the right to be.
I got to mute my mic. Sorry, my earbuds aren't working. Hold on. Sorry, I got to mute my mic so it doesn't feedback. Sorry, chat.
Don't speak too soon. Let's leave us some room. We reserve the right to be feral for you. For you. Blinking and winking. Got my hand wallet out. It's a ratchet redemption. Gonna chase me some clout. Get me to the testicle festival. Blue balls, bulls, balls, Rocky Mountain oysters. It's a test fest. I fuck how great. Blink my lips, both sets. Shall we make it a day? Blinking and winking. Got my hand wallet out. It's a ratchet redemption. Gonna chase me some clout. Don't speak too soon. Let's leave us some room. We reserve the right to be feral for you. For you. But is there a boo ball that we can attend? 'Cause we never ever ever want this feral shit to end. Moist panties, meet curtains. No, Jesus fuck chat, let's fucking go. Winking and winking. Got my hand wallet out. It's a ratchet redemption. Gonna chase me some clout. Moist panties, meet curtains. No, Jesus fuck chat, let's fucking go.
Sorry, chat. The whole no earbuds thing causes a bit of a problem. Lol. Lol. If you were there, you were there. If you know, you know. It's actually, is it a boob ball? Yes. Funny. Good times. It wasn't the greatest of times, actually. But somehow that song came out of that day. So, Sheen. Let's have a look. I got my scissors. Look how cute they are. I got so many cool things. I got so much junk. My God, if it's pink, it's in. If it's in. If I see it, it's pink, it's in. No. Well, so Meat Curtain Scott was it was the week before the chat went off the rails. We were like we were feral for what, a good 20 minutes, chat. We just ran with it. We let it all happen. We just let it happen. And then we got back on track, and it had been going kind of feral every week, and anyway. So the next week I thought, when chat goes feral this time, because it generally always does, we took a while to get there tonight, but I thought I'll jot down these lyrics. So meat curtains is a phrase that I like to say to be controversial because it's awful. Like, it's awful. It's obviously awful, wait, when was this? It was a month ago. Yesterday, 4 weeks ago yesterday. So it was a Friday night, Det V heard, and it was a very small, slick crew. It was a tough day for me. Got tougher, but somehow that song came out, and I just jotted down the lyrics. They basically wrote themselves, and well, they did. I had just to put a few things into link them, and then put it into the song generator, and boom, booyakasha, we have a hit. What do we got? All this stuff was like $115, I think. I'm gonna have to censor it a little bit because I bought some bras, and that's not live stream appropriate, really, is it? Certainly not gonna try them on. Lol. Let me just get them out. There's nothing exciting about them. Okay, move my keyboard. God, imagine if I bought all shit stuff. So if you have, ladies, if you haven't bought, bra, Jesus fuck, chat. Hide the comment. I'd love to see the different ornaments on your Christmas tree. There's so many. So many, as my little boy would say, or he used to. It's my son's birthday today. He's 13. I don't think I would have. I bought some wintry things here. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, gee, that's a classy color. Wow. Thanks. I was needing some brightness in my life that day. Oh, look. Oh, that's a bra. Fuck. Is that a top? Yeah. Okay. Geez, I bought a lot of stuff. So the Christmas tree ornaments, there's like flowers in there. Like, it's all pink and silver and gold and white. Some cutesy things and some classy things, and it's laden. It's laden. Sorry about the asthma. Okay. Get all that shit out of the way, right? Unboxing, unbagging, ball bag. Let me see. I'll give it this. Gingy, no. That's a different channel. LOL jokes. My God, I bought so many things. I'll have a different outfit for every day for ages. Some of them are wintry though. All right. Fuck, I don't know what these are. I bought all these when I was dissociated, so who knows? We'll see. Oh, well, that's a surprise, isn't it? Singlet, boring, wait. Tank top, you guys call them. I think that's the same in green. Let's see. They come in these cool little zip bags. You have to pay bigger membership in that one, Gingy. I did used to have an OnlyFans, but I never uploaded anything to it. But there you go. Missed opportunities, huh? That's very wintry, but that's for when it gets cooler. Wishful thinking. Brawls. Don't feed the trolls stereotypes. The trolls take what they will and they run with it. They make shit up, man. Whatever. Happy birthday to him. Yes, he's 13. I haven't seen my son for or spoken to him for since he just turned 6. That's a whole story. So this is a tough time of year for me. Oh, this looks weird. I don't know. Boobs. Fuck. I cannot be held responsible for anything that I ordered because I haven't got much of a memory for the last. Kelly, don't encourage anybody. Nobody's putting on fucking bras on YouTube. Jesus fuck. The flying monkeys will have a bloody field day. Hi, Cheryl. Someone's saying hi to Cheryl. Victoria's Secret show. No. They're not even sexy bras. They're just very utilitarian, skin colored, so I can wear them under any top that I've got here that might be not very dark. Oh my God, what is this? I end up buying many things. It's just a white top. Kind of cute. I like simple stuff. I don't do patterns because I got all my tattoos. What else? What else, chat? I love boobs. Oh, everybody loves boobs. Boobs are fucking great. Boobs are the tits. Well, this is cute. I like the classy color. Wow. Oh, it's cropped too. Fuck, nobody needs to see a 50-year-old in a crop top. That's great. Thanks. I love that for me. Thank you. Scott, why don't you have your own YouTube? Scott is a moderator. He can't be running fucking YouTube channels. Accurate. You know what? I think that back in the day when I had a mad rig and or when I was a bodybuilder, maybe. These days, people will pay me to not. Hang on, I just close this. Wait. Hang on. The sunlight's annoying me. It's time of day. I hate this, but anyway, it seemed like a good idea. It's just going to wash me out. I'm going to look very poorly. I'll have to put even more fake tan on for this. But, oh my God, who is this for? Who's this for? The color's actually probably nicer on camera than it is. That'll just be, I can imagine how that's going to go. That'll get me some of male subscribers. Let's just say that. Man, the commitment to be sticking in with it at 5 hours 43, they can have it. Love y'all. Love y'all, monkeys. Oh. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to get winter stuff. Anyway, it's kind of cute. Kind of not. It's hit and miss with Sheen, whatever you say. Will it ever be sweater weather? Yeah, eventually. Time flies when you're camp shortying, man. God, another crop top. Why? It's very nautical. I like that. I love a good stripe. Jesus. Shorty. It will have no Miss Shorty's. I will have no Miss Shorty slander. Don't talk about my friend like that. You have been warned, said like the Lorax. It's obsessive as fuck. Oh, yikes, 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 yikes. Oh, Steph was sending me, was that last night? Steph was sending me all these voice to text messages in DMs. And and they were just like, whoa. I was like, no full stops. I was like, babe, here, try audio notes, try voice notes. I love you, girl. Merry Christmas, Robin. Yes, that's a good point. I could dye it. Yes, that's a good idea. I could. Kylie. Yeah, no, 6 hours, babe. It's all good. We just been rolling in the deep. If I ever get no, I love you, Steph. I'm you, you're me. Seriously. We're all just one big family. This is kind of cute. I don't know. But oh yeah, I like it. It's like a mint green. That's my second favorite color after pale pink. Well, fuck chat, we're still going. What do I got? What's that doing? Why has it done that? Oh, it's because there's a comment on the screen. I don't believe I could have a show. My content would repetitive. It would be all your government is corrupt judges, corrupt cops, corrupt DAs. I mean, know your market, man. There's a content for everybody. Now I want to go shopping. Well, this is all Shein. I just went on like literally all this stuff, and I got and there's still more. And maybe, I don't know, 5 bras or something. Was no more than $115 Australian. I'm not kidding. These tops are all like $5 each Australian, which is this like $3 American. Oh, I hate it. Thanks. I hate it. Is that back to front? No. Thanks. I hate it. Ugly. Fuck. So many tops. Yeah, just get on there, man. Calling all beings have gone live with a stream called Togetherness. I wonder if it's about the drama. Well, maybe. Well, what's the time in the States? What's the time? It's probably got all my flying monkeys on there. Lol. Cute. I love that for them. Not my flying monkeys. I don't have any. That. And green. I like green. The stronger colors are better. I don't know what I was thinking doing the mint pale colors. That's it, chat. Night. Right. Night, Robin. Love you. Here, I'm going to catch up on chat. Thanks for sticking with me, chat. What the fuck? What are we doing here? There's still 100 people. What's wrong with you people? Go watch Calling All Beings. Clever needs a bra. Bright green, not neon though, is my favorite color. There you go. Oh, it's on Aliens. It's amazing how much I've done while listening this entire time. Just got out of the shower and in my PJs. Yay, Taryn. Well, it's like a whole half a day. More almost all of a working day. Hi, Jim. Welcome to the very tail end of whatever this is. Danny, same. If you accessorize it, though. Yes, 11. Okay, that makes sense. It's okay to binge shop on Shein. Yes, it does. I checked it out. Fun fact. Oh, wait. I hate clothing shopping. Same. Some Shein isn't my thing, but Temu for tools is a problem for me. Yeah, I haven't gotten into Temu because it's same. Cute. If they're pale pink and it's something and it's gadgety and it's functional and it's cute, I'm going to buy it and I'm not going to need it. So I try to stay away. Thank you, Janine. It's almost 10 p.m. in Texas. Well, it's kind of all. Calling All Beings is over. Oh, damn it. Kevin, have to catch the replay. 11 Eastern. Hey, Jay Breezy. Jay Beezy. Danny, till next stream, my friend. Yes, we're kicking off again. What's tomorrow? Oh, so tomorrow night. Sorry, I got to eat earbuds in my ears all day. Tomorrow night at 5:30 Eastern, we're doing the joy of Christmas because it isn't necessarily joyful for everybody. And so we can hang out and talk about that and be there for each other. It's a Let's Talk episode, not Karen Reed or Don't Be Heard. And then at 8 Eastern tomorrow, so midday here in Australia and Eastern Daylight Savings Time, where me, Ozzy, and Lacey going to talk about, we're going to elaborate on the mod takeover that Amy, Shelby, Ozzy, and I had a couple of nights ago. Some more stuff to be spoken about. Are the clothes true to size on Shein? Yes, I would say yes. What are these? 10, small, and 8? Let me check. US 4. Supposed to be, that's a US 4. It'll be a bit of a squeeze over the boobs. That's right. Cheryl's a fucking legend, I reckon. Why? I mean, she is, but why? Oh, Shorty, I'm a fucking legend. I thought you said Cheryl. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. I'm all right. I'm just me. Whatever. Love me or hate me. I don't care. I learned I can voice message. Boom, mind blown. Yes. Yes, 11 hours straight. Oh yeah, this isn't nothing. It's no, Scott, you win. Okay, you win. Considering I've just been yammering on to myself, it's not bad. 6 hours yammering by myself. Come on. It's in on Miss Crystal. Yes, but because things are $5, $7, $10. Can you borrow which one? Yes. Taryn, vests are for the higher ups. Colds, be warm. Almost 10. What's time fun when you're having flies? Zach, you're still here. Zach, you bloody wench. The best wench ever. Yeah, Discord. If anyone wants to join the Discord, we have oh my God, I can't believe I'm away with it. 107 of you. I feel like, yeah. You should try Shocks headphones. Are they over ears? I don't love over ears. I want my hair to be a certain way because I'm vain. I'm a life-size Bratz doll. Yeah, no, it's not you, resting bitch face. This community is so full of neurodivergent delights. We are a tribe. Lols. I suck at basically everything, man. Don't worry. RBF. I go where Scott goes. Not sure how, but I do. Ooh, Zach sneaking. I'm so grateful for you and making my day better. You are the best of all the rest. See you soon. Yes, I'm going to try. I just need to not get caught up in internet drama and screenshot games. So let's see what we can do with that. Nobody sent me screenshots tonight, with the love of God. Discord link, thank you. Yeah, when as a child, royal blue, red, and green. My mother never dressed me in pink, only primary colors, and like green isn't a primary color, but you know what I mean. Shorty's Discord is an addiction. There's always something going on in there. Yes. But actual Shein? I didn't know that. Well, I didn't know there was actually. It's just online, man. 7 kids. Yikes, Kelly. Okay. If I get to the end of the chat, ooh, we're calling it. Scott is everywhere all the time. I think Scott's actually more than one person. I think Scott's triplets. Where are we going next? I don't know, man. Oh, JFK's live, I think. JFK was live a while ago. I'm going to go and, I don't know, do some laundry or something like exciting like that. Maybe I'll try to set my microphone up so I can sound proper profesh tomorrow night. Do you want to hear a song? Choose a song if you want to hear a song. Scott time travels. Scott is time travel. Taryn's going to sleep. Good, Taryn. I love that. You do that. Aussie Insider is just a person I can talk to endlessly. Can't explain it. He just is. I spoke to Ozzy, excuse me, for three and a half hours just on the phone, not even live. Shorty, check them out. They don't affect your hair at all. Bone conducting. Wait, what? Kylie, let me find it. Oh, bone conducting. I see what you mean. The earbuds. I'm like, why? My brain had already forgotten. What's it called? Shocks. SHOKZ, right? I'll look. Busy's dreaming. Okay. Thank you. I have learned more from my kids than I've ever taught them. Oh, thank you, Cheryl. Beautiful. Good night, darling Taryn. Sleep well. Okay. Guys, chat, we're going forever. Gotta run, darling. Mwah. Shocks. Yes. Okay. No song, just Christmas song. Love your faces. See you tomorrow night or the next night or every night until time immemorial. Love your faces. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the memberships. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the company. Mwah.
Shorty connects all the lights, just checking all off bright to light up Christmas night. She's a fucking delight. Winter cold to hot summer rays, reindeer will fly pulling Santa's sleigh. 2 countries a world away, the same holiday. The Cloud Queen cares for everyone, her roller coaster ride has only just begun. This is her wish. Debunk, demystify, destigmatize. Miss Shorty's on the naughty list. This tune is the Christmas sound. Her global roller coaster goes around. It's the holidays at every turn. She is a Christmas star out of Melbourne. Miss Shorty connects all the lights, just checking all bright to light up Christmas night. She's a fucking delight.